There was nobody around. I think it was Rebecca Woods won the event. I might be wrong, but I think it was Rebecca. And it was the ugliest, meanest, solidest surf that was out the front here that I was looking at it going, I wouldn't go out in that. And they just, you know, I don't think there was much of a crowd, but these chicks went out there and mate, they just did a hard slog all of the time. Janine did the presentation and stuff to Rebecca, and I've still got some photos of that day. Hey, women surfing today,
unbelievable.
They surf better than most average guys out in the surf for sure.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Newcastle's beaches are more than a view. They're our lifestyle and our community.
The culture here and passionate people, and it's a beautiful town.
Everyone's so friendly and so welcoming.
Oh, it's the best city in the whole wide world. Surf City, it's a front fest.
I love Newcastle. At Cardiff GWM, supporting our hometown is what we do every day. Genuine service, expert advice, and a team that cares. Cardiff GWM is proudly local and proudly Cardiff.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
We'll be getting underway in approximately 2 minutes' time. So if you're free surf, it's time to clear the water. Thank you. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next heat will be heat 4, round of 32. In the red, we'll have Fred Carmody. In the blue, we'll have Max McGillivray. In the white, we have Lucas Hickson. In the green, we'll have Willem Watson. You boys can go check in with the beach marshal when you're ready. It will be a 3-minute paddle out this morning. As we see now, red having a look on the forehand. Doesn't like the look of that one. Opts out. There's definitely a couple good waves of scoring potentially this morning. Merriweather having that classic shorey again. Looks like the wind will go south later in the day. I'm sure as the tide drops, it should get a little bit better. So there was just a 0.67 there from red. Most likely a throwaway before the end of the heat. We're just under 7.5 minutes remaining. If you've just rocked up on the beach today, this is the KB Pro presented by Kim Burton. Kim Burton's been supporting surfing in Newcastle and the region for many years now, paving the way for many young athletes and champions in their own right. So we're just under 16 minutes remaining. As we see White now opening up his account with the backhand, ditches the fins and rides out nice and clean. Looks like that high tide's just sort of swallowed up the energy here this morning. I'm sure as the heat goes on, we'll start building a bit more momentum. So just over 15.5 minutes remaining. We have a score to drop from White. See Green now on the forehand. Racing down the line. Connects it for a nice quick click and gets out of there. Red now on the forehand. Heaps of speed. Goes tail high and rides out cleanly. That was a nice air there from Red. So we're going to have some scores to drop from a few surfers. I'll update you on the situation when those scores come through. There's just over 14 minutes remaining in this one. So first of white came in at a 3.17. First of green came in at a 2.00. As you see, blue now opening up his account in the back end. Nice little slash. There's a big section here. And just looks like he got caught in the wash there. So we're going to have a little score from blue coming in. Red, your second wave was a 5.17, a 5.17 red. You are in the lead at the moment. White holding priority, you are in second, which is the 3.17. You are chasing a 2.68 to get up into the lead. Blue, you are third with a 2.20. You are chasing a 0.98 to get up into an advancing position. And green, you are in fourth, just with the one score of a 2.00. You are chasing a 1.18 to get up into an advancing position. There's just under 12 and a half minutes remaining. See blue now up and riding the forehand. It's a bit of speed, clicks us through the lip there. Nice little slash underneath the pocket. Wants to get a finish on this one. He's still going down the line. And just digs a nose at the end of that ride there. So he was only chasing a 0.98 to go up into second place or better, with just under 10 minutes remaining. He did well to weave his way all the way through that inside section there. You see White now, heap of speed, wants to get up there for at least one turn and does so. White definitely trying to get a solidify a second with that second little backup score. So with 9 minutes remaining, we do have scores to come in from White and Blue. Okay, so it looks like we have a situation change. Blue, you have gone into the lead. Your last wave was a 4.27. Red, that has taken you into second. You are now chasing a 1.30 to get back up into the top spot. White, your last was a 1.70. You were chasing a 2.68 to get up into second place or better. And green, you are holding priority. You are in fourth. You are chasing a 3.85 to get up into an advancing position. There is 8 minutes remaining. See white and blue splitting the peak. White comes unstuck. Blue is going to race this one into the shorey. So he's got a nice little wall here. Taps it cleanly. And gets off right before the rocks there. Definitely wants to drop that low score of a 2.20. Okay, last of white, didn't go into your top two. It was a 0.93. You're still chasing the 2.68 to get up into an advancing position here this morning. See white now is going to have a crack at that requirement. Nice slash in the pocket. Wants to get some work done on the inside. And taps it cleanly on the sand. So we'll see what the judges think of that one. We still do have a score to drop from blue. Okay, so blue, your last was a 4.23, a 4.23 blue. You did extend your lead. White, you are in second. Your last was a 3.57, a 3.57 white. You're chasing a 4.93 to get up into the top spot. Red, you are now in third. You were just chasing the 1.57 to get up into second place or better. And green, holding priority. You just have the one score of a 2.00. You are chasing a 4.74 to get up into an advancing position here this morning. There's 5 minutes remaining in this heat. There's 5 minutes. We see red now having a look. He definitely wants to get rid of that low score of a 0.67. Nice little tag through the lip. And hits it cleanly on the finish. Jumps off right on the sand. So was only requiring a 1.57 to get up into an advancing position. Priority is with green, second priority blue, third priority white. So we are coming down on the 3-minute mark. Surfers in the next heat can paddle out. Just make sure you're steering well clear of the current heat in progress. Last of red came in at a 4.97, 4.97 red. That does take you back to the lead. Blue, you are in second. You are now chasing a 5.87 for the top spot. White, you are in third. You are chasing a 4.93 to get up into second place or better. And at green, holding priority. Just with the one score, you were chasing a 6.50 to get up into an advancing position here this morning at Merriweather. There's 2.5 minutes remaining. See White now having a look. This goes for a little Hail Mary closeout finish there. I don't think that'll go towards the 4.93 that he needs. There's just over 1 minute remaining. 1 minute and 10 seconds to be precise. The situation is still red leads. Blue is second, requiring a 5.87 for the top spot. White third, chasing a 4.93 for an advancing position. And green, chasing a 6.50. See Blue now having a look on the backhand. Whips it tight in the pocket. And cracks it again on the shorey. Rides out clean and pretty convincingly there. So there is just coming down on 30 seconds remaining. Blue was still in second with a low score of a 4.23. "20 seconds. "10 seconds. Count this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so we've got a couple small scores to be dropped in from white and red, and one score from blue to be dropped in. Next heat will be going on hold for a few seconds.
My earliest ones was basically, used to watch it on TV. There's no surfing on TV. We used to go around to a mate's place at Windy Whopper, and as long as the wind was blowing northeast, we could get Channel 10. And if a Saturday afternoon, they had like a half hour of a surfing contest somewhere. And that was all that was ever on TV. And this is like probably late 70s, early 80s. And then, yeah, that's basically, I'd always watch it. The finals were always televised, all right? Yeah. So being at Hawks Nest all of the time, I wouldn't come down to here, like the crowds that didn't like surfing in Newcastle. But basically, yeah, it was just, it was a surfing event you could watch on TV.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
This is your heart to break. This is your soul to take. This is your mood to make. I'm yours, love. Yours, love. Yours, love.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
Okay, so first of green came in at a 3.17. First of white dropped in at a 4.50. And first of red was a 3.33. So the situation is white. You are off to an early lead. In second is red. In third is green. And blue, waiting to open up his account here this morning, is holding priority. There is just under 18 minutes remaining. See red and white having a look now. White going for broke. Red had to give way for white on that one. So red, your second was just a bit of a throwaway. It was a 0.57. White's was much the same, just a 0.87. Red is in second. You are chasing a 2.05 for the top spot. Green, you are in third. You're chasing a 0.74 for an advancing position. And blue, yet to open up your account here this morning, but you are chasing a 3.90. Green now in the forehand. Nice little stab through the lip. Has a section here. It just kicks off the back of that one. Was only needing a 0.74 from that wave. As you see blue now up and riding. Nice carve through the lip. High and tight. And ditches the fins. Just gets caught unstuck in turmoil of that shory there. So there's just on 15 minutes remaining. Still have scores to drop from blue and green. Okay, so first of blue came in at a 2.33. You're now chasing a 2.78 for an advancing position. Red now. Nice little jam through the lip. Has a nice foamy section here. Floats over it and rides out cleanly. Red was only chasing a 1.67 from that wave for an advancing position. Priority does shift to white, and white in top spot. Green has second priority. Blue is third priority. White having a look now. Uses priority. Nice little jam through the lip. Ditches the fins and rides out clean. White did only have a low score of a 0.87. But before White's last, we did have a situation change. Red, you have gone to the lead with a 5.50. White has shifted to second. Is requiring a 4.34 to get back up into the top spot before that last wave. So we'll wait and see what White's last came in at. Green, you are holding priority and you are in third. You are chasing a 2.21 at the moment. And at blue, you are in fourth, chasing a 3.15. Still waiting on White's last. Does only have a low score of a 0.87. So we see White go over a huge rotator on the inside there and hangs on. So we did have a situation change before White just threw down on the shorey. White's last wave was a 5.30, a 5.30 last of White. That did take him to the lead. Red, you did go to second. You are now chasing a 4.30 to get back up into the top spot. Green, you are holding priority still. And in third, you are chasing a 5.66 to get up into an advancing position. And blue, you are chasing a 6.60 to get up into an advancing position. Still waiting on last of White. Does have a low score of a 4.50 before that wave. Just on 11 minutes remaining. Next heat in the water will be round of 32, heat 5, the boys. In the red we have Mitchell Peterson. In the blue we have Will Martin. In the white we have Luan Kanina. And in the green we'll have Riley Redman. So another big heat in the hands this morning. Those boys can go check in if you haven't already. See Red now has a little section on the inside, ditches the fins, gets the rotation. So last of White came in at a 6.33, a 6.33 White. That does extend your lead. Coming down on the halfway mark now. There's 10 minutes remaining. And last of Red came in at a 3.50. That did go into your top two, but you're still chasing now the requirement of a 6.14. 6.14 for the top spot, Red. Green, you were chasing a 5.83 for an advancing position. And blue, you were chasing a 6.77 for an advancing position here this morning. We've just under 9.5 minutes remaining in this one. Red now having a dig at that requirement on the inside. Nice little snap through the lip. The water drops out of him and unfortunately digs the nose. Definitely wants to get rid of that 3.5 with 9 minutes remaining. So Red's last, didn't go into your top two, it was 2.10. Still chasing the 6.14 for the top spot. You are in second. First priority is with green, second priority blue, third priority white. So just under 8 minutes remaining. We do have white out in front with a 6.33 and a 5.30. And red in second with a 5.50 and a 3.50, chasing a 6.14. Green in third with a 3.17 and a 1.83, chasing a 5.83 for an advancing position. And the blue in fourth with just a one score of a 2.23 and chasing a 6.77 here this morning at Merriweather. So we have red and green up and riding now. Do have green wanting to have a dig. Goes for a huge rotator onto the sand. Convincingly rides out in front of that one. So green was requiring a 5.83 before that wave. We'll see what the judges think of that one. Do have a score to drop in from red up the beach as well. See blue now up and riding. Nice little tag through the lip. Okay, so last of it, green came in at a 7.50, a 7.50. You are in second. White is still out in front. But green, you are chasing a 4.13 for the top spot. Red, you are now in third. You're chasing a 5.18 for an advancing position. And blue, you do have a small score to drop in. So I'll update you when that one drops through. There's 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes left in this heat. We have red trying to have a dig at that 5.18 requirement. Nice snap through the lip. Tries to float over that section. Unfortunately gets unstuck there. So we still have that score to drop in from blue. Okay, so last of blue came in at a 2.10. So you are now chasing the still 8.44. Chasing an 8.44 blue for an advancing position. Red, you are in third. You are still chasing a 5.18 for an advancing position. Priority is with white. Second priority green. Third priority blue. Fourth priority is red. Red going for broke on the inside here. Goes for an absolute Hail Mary on the inside there, red. See blue now, having a look down the beach. Just on the rocks right at Merriweather. Doing well to deal with the lump and bump. And finishes off cleanly right on the steps there. So 3.5 minutes remaining. Blue just does have a couple small scores, but he could get the job done if he can get a wriggle on. Requirement is 8.44, but he can cut that in half. See Green now up and riding, currently in second with a small score of a 3.17. Goes for broke to the flats. Just gets unfortunately bumped off. Still waiting on last of Blue to lock in. See White now, the current heat leader. Wants to get some separation here this morning. Goes for a huge reverse and just unfortunately loses his balance in the wash there. Bit of a frenzy here for Waves. We have Blue down the beach now. Heap of speed, goes for broke. Goes straight to the flats. Bit of a yoga session after that one. That would have hurt me. So just under 2 minutes remaining. Got a lot of scores to drop in. One and a half minutes remaining. Okay, so the situation in the water is last of Blue did drop in at a 4.90. The wave before the air was a 4.90. Your requirement is a 5.78 for an advancing position. Red, you are holding priority and you're in third. You are chasing a 5.18 for a second place or better. As we see Blue now having a crack at that requirement, weaving his way through the inside. He wants a ramp and just loses his footing on the air there. So there's 45 seconds remaining. Situation still remains White first, Green second, Red third, and Blue in fourth. Red now having a look. Just can't get under that one in time. Okay, so inside the final 10 seconds left. 10 seconds remaining. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay.
We got involved in some of the up-and-coming guys that we thought were going to be, good for the sport, but not the guys that were in the top tier. It was more, to some degree, some of the guys that basically didn't have the opportunity to somebody to back them. Yeah. And we looked at it and said, hey, let's do it. And then progressively, it just went along the lines of, we saw up-and-coming guys that we thought this would be good. And then we thought, well, we have to then start to look at inclusive of women as well. Yeah. At any one given time, to people that we have out there or cars that we've got out, 20, 25 cars that are not in the dealership that people are using, that are advocates to our business.
This sunshine's great. Good day for a kick around.
Are you joking? I'm getting heat stroke and the kids look like beetroots.
Don't be silly. Good day for an iced latte. Good day to save water.
You really do love water, don't you?
Well, no water, no iced lattes. Imagine that. Okay.
It's a good day to water after 4. Every day is a good day to save water.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
Just on 17 minutes on the clock, and Lewin Kanina in the white is out in first position with a 2.67, and it is Will Martin in the blue sitting in second with a 2.63. Mitchell Peterson and Riley Redmond still waiting to open their campaign here. We are here for day 2 of the Burton Pro Junior. We had a huge day of action here at Merriweather Beach yesterday for day 1 of the event. As we see Riley Redmond in the green, up and riding on a nice looking right-hander here. He looks to line up this end section and rides right onto the shore. And Mitchell Peterson using first priority on this one. First priority is now with blue, second priority white. The situation is pending. Last of red, a 0.93, and last wave of green, a 3.93. So Riley Redmond in the green has gone into first position with a 3.93. .15 minutes remaining out the water, and Riley Redmond in the green is in first position with a 3.93. Lewin Kanina in the white sitting in second with a 2.67, chasing a 1.27 to go to first. Will Martin in the blue sitting in third with a 2.63, needing a 0.05 to go to second, and Mitchell Peterson in the red currently in fourth with a 0.93, chasing a 1.75 to go to second. As we see Will Martin using first priority on this one, he has lots of speed down the line, floats the section, and comes around for another, getting the fins nice and loose there. As we see Mitchell Peterson in the red, just finishing that one off there. And Lewin Kanina having a look at that one. First priority is now with green, second priority white. As we see Will Martin in the blue up and riding on his backhand. Just the one turn there for Will. Previous wave of blue did lock in at a 4.00. Last wave of red, a 4.90, and last of blue, a 2.53. As we see Mitchell Peterson in the red, up and riding again. A nice two-turn combo there with 12 minutes on the clock in this men's round of 32, heat 5. Coming up next, we'll have the men's round of 32, heat 6, featuring George Langley in the red, Will Meyer in the blue, Maverick Wilson in the white, and Benson Adekray in the green. The situation is pending. We are waiting on that last wave score for the surfer in red. And a big thank you to Kim Burton, Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, and Cardiff GWM for making this event possible. Kim has been supporting surfing in the Newcastle and Hunter region for decades and is committed to fostering the next generation of world champions. Last of red drops in at a 4.67. Current situation, Mitchell Peterson in the red is out in first position with a 4.90 and a 4.67. Will Martin in the blue, you are in second with a 4.00 and a 2.63. Will, you're chasing a 5.57 and go to first. Riley Redmond in the green, you're currently in third, needing a 2.71 to go to second. And Lewin Kaneda in the white, you're currently in fourth, needing a 3.97 to go to second. Nine and a half minutes on the clock. First priority green, second priority white, and third priority is with blue. As we see a paddle battle for this one, and it looks like green. Riley Redmond had the first priority and unfortunately just comes unstuck there. First priority is now with white, then blue. 8 minutes on the clock. Last paper of green drops in at a 0.90. That has gone into your top two. However, Riley, you are still in third position, chasing a 2.71 to go to second. And Lewin Kaneda in the white holding first priority, currently sitting in fourth, chasing a 3.97 to go to second. Six minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same. Red first, blue second, chasing a 5.57 to go to first. Green third, needing a 2.71 to go to second. And white in fourth, chasing a 3.97 to go to second. Five minutes remaining. We are here at Merriweather Beach for day two of the Burton Pro Junior. This is the first stop of the Australian and Oceania World Surf League Junior Series. So all surfers are fighting for a spot in the Australian Junior Surfing Titles for 2026. Four minutes remaining. Coming up next will be the men's round of 32, Heat 6, featuring George Langley in the red, Will Meyer in the blue, Maverick Wilson in the white, and Benson Adacray in the green. As we see both blue and green up and riding. And Will Martin using priority on this one. It's a nice section to work with. And it was Riley Redmond opting to go left under priority there. And now Lewin Kanina also up and riding in the white and tagging that end section. So we'll wait on scores to lock in from that exchange. Mitchell Peterson in the red now holds first priority. Two and a half minutes on the clock. And just a reminder to surfers in the next heat to please stay clear of the current heat in progress. Two minutes on the clock, and last of green drops in at a 1.60. That has gone into your top two. We are still waiting on scores for the surfers in blue and white, so the situation is pending. First priority is with red, second priority blue, third priority is with green. One and a half minutes remaining. Last wave of white drops in at a 3.33. One minute remaining. As we see Mitchell Peterson in the red using first priority on this one. He's going to look to stay with this one through to the inside, throwing lots of spray on that second turn and tagging that end section there. 30 seconds on the clock. The situation is pending. We are waiting on that last wave score for blue. And now red. 20 seconds. Ten seconds on the clock as we see Will Martin up and riding. And attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The first event that we sponsored was here. It was ugly. There was nobody around. I think it was Rebecca Woods won the event. I might be wrong, but I think it was Rebecca. And it was the ugliest, meanest, solidest surf that was out the front here that I was looking at it going, I wouldn't go out in that. And they just, I don't think there was much of a crowd, but these chicks went out there and mate, they just did a hard slog all of the time. Janine did the presentation and stuff to Rebecca, and I've still got some photos of that day. Hey, women surfing today,
unbelievable.
They surf better than most average guys out in the surf for sure.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Newcastle's beaches are more than a view. They're our lifestyle and our community.
Culture here and passionate people, and it's a beautiful town.
Everyone's so friendly and so welcoming.
Oh, it's the best city in the whole wide world. It's Surf City. It's a front fest.
I love Newcastle. At Cardiff GWM, supporting our hometown is what we do every day. Genuine service, expert advice, and a team that cares. Cardiff GWM is proudly local and proudly Cardiff.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGrand Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
$18 minutes remaining, and a little bit of a slow start to this heat as we see Maverick Wilson up and riding on his backhand. It's a smaller inside wave, but he links together a nice combination of maneuvers there. So we'll wait on that score to lock in for the surfer in white. We are here at Merriweather for day 2 of the Burton Pro Junior. Burton has been supporting surfing in the Newcastle and Hunter region for decades. As we see Will Meyer also up and riding on his forehand and gets the fins nice and loose, jumping off on the sand. So we had a huge day of action for day 1 yesterday, and still lots more to come today. We will be moving on through to the finals to be surfed later this afternoon. And be sure to check into the broadcast that is online at surffest.com. First wave for the surfer in white drops in at a 3.00. Waiting on last of blue. As we see Maverick Wilson staying nice and busy out there on this left-hander. He attacks that end section and kicks on out of there. So 16.5 minutes on the clock. We'll wait on those scores to lock in. As we see Benson Cray in the green up and riding on a nice looking wave here. And a nice 2-turn combo there for Benson Cray from Sydney. First priority is now with red, second priority is with blue. With just on 15.5 minutes on the clock. Last wave of white drops in at a 4.50. As we see George Langley just coming unstuck there. First priority is now with blue, then white. Fourteen and a half minutes remaining and scores have locked in. So the current situation is Maverick Wilson in the white is in first position with a 4.50 and a 3.00. Benson Cray in the green currently in second with a 4.23, chasing a 3.28 to go to first. Will Meyer in the blue, you're currently in third with a 3.33. As we see Will Meyer using first priority on this one, goes to the sky, gets the rotation, and he'll kick on out of there with 14 minutes on the clock. Situation is pending. As we see Will Meyer in the blue, just getting a little caught behind on that one. First priority is with white, with 13 minutes on the clock. And George Langley in the red, up and riding on his backhand. That wave not offering much scoring potential. Previous wave of blue locked in at a 3.73. Last of blue a 0.53. And last of red a 0.97. The current situation is Maverick Wilson in the white is in first position with a 4.50 and a 3.00. Will Meyer, you're in second, chasing a 3.78 to go to first. As we see Maverick Wilson in the white and Benzonata Cray in the green, up and riding. And both surfers still going on this one. Finishing off on the shore. So we'll leave that one up to the judges and wait on scores to lock in from that exchange. First priority is now with blue, second priority red. As we see Will Meyer using priority on this one. As he looks to link this one through to the inside and attacks that end section there. So 11 minutes on the clock and we are waiting on scores to lock in. First priority is with George Langley in the red. As we see Will Meyer in the blue up and riding. And just gets a little hung up there. 10 minutes on the clock. First priority is with red, second priority green, third priority white. As we see Benzonata Cray in the green up and riding out the back. He's lots of speed down the line, goes to the air and just gets a little hung up there. We are still waiting on scores to lock in, so the situation is pending. As we see George Langley using priority on this one. He's waited a while for it. Just catches a rail there, but looks to finish it off on the shore. And he does. So the situation is still pending. We are waiting on scores to lock in for all surfers. Last of white drops in at a 6.83. Last of green, a 2.07, and previous wave of green, a 5.30. Last of red, a 3.00. We are waiting on that last wave score for the surfer in blue. With 8 minutes remaining, first priority is with white, second priority blue, and third priority green. As we see Will Meyer in the blue up and running again, staying nice and busy out there this morning. And that wave just not offering much scoring potential there. Coming up next will be the men's round at 32, heat 7, featuring Brayton Pringle in the red, Jatiah Hammond in the blue, Keenan Crisp in the white, and Aidan Finn in the green. Scores have locked in, so the current situation is Maverick Wilson in the white is in first position with a 6.83 and a 4.50. Benson Adekray in the green currently in second with a 5.30 and a 4.23. Ben, you are chasing a 6.04 to go to first. Will Meyer in the blue, you're currently in third with a 4.30 and a 3.73. Will, you're chasing a 5.24 to go to second. And George Langley in the red, you're currently in fourth with a 3.00 and a 0.97. You're chasing a 6.53 to go to second with 6.5 minutes remaining. First priority is with white, second priority green, and third priority red. As we see Benson Adekray in the green, fired up out there, and a nice two-turn combo for the under-18 Australian junior champion from Sydney. First priority is with white, second priority red, and we'll wait on that last wave score for green to lock in with 6 minutes on the clock. As we see our current heat leader going to the sky, just having a bit of fun out there. But that's going to be a throwaway score for Maverick Wilson. 5 minutes remaining. Last of green drops in at a 6.27. So we have had a situation change. Benson Adekray in the green has gone into first position with a 6.27 and a 5.30. Maverick Wilson in the white now in second, needing a 4.74 to go to first. As we see Will Meyer taking off on this nice right-hander. So he looks to link this one through to the inside and tags that end section nicely. 4.5 minutes on the clock. First priority is with red, second priority green. Four minutes remaining. As we see Will Meyer taking it from this smaller inside wave. And he'll kick out of there. Previous wave of blue dropped in at a 4.30. That did go into your top two. And last of blue, a 0.57. So current situation, green first, white second, needing a 4.74 to go to first. Blue third, chasing a 7.03 to go to second. And red fourth, needing an 8.33 to go to second. The top two surfers from this heat will progress on through to the round of 16 to be surfed later today. As we see Maverick Wilson up and riding with lots of speed down the line. He goes for the sky again and just coming unstuck there. So 2.5 minutes on the clock, and it's been an action-packed heat for the men's round of 32, heat 6. As we see George Langley in the red, utilising first priority on this one. It's a nice looking away for George, and unfortunately mistimes that end section. 2 minutes on the clock, and we are just waiting on scores to lock in. As we see Will Meyer in the blue up and riding on the northern end of the bank. Loving that end section and rides out tall. So 1 minute on the clock, and last of red did lock in at a 2.47. We are waiting on that last wave score for the surfer in blue. First priority is with green, second priority white, and third priority red. Oh, 30 seconds remaining as we saw our current heat leader. He's getting some airtime, and we are waiting on that last wave of blue as we see Will Meyer up and riding again. Just having a bit of fun out there with 10 seconds remaining. We'll see Maverick Wilson using first priority, and attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My earliest ones was basically, used to watch it on TV. There's no surfing on TV. We used to go around to a mate's place at Windy Whopper, and as long as the wind was blowing northeast, we could get Channel 10. And if a Saturday afternoon, they had like a half hour of a surfing contest somewhere. And that was all that was ever on TV. And this is like probably late 70s, early 80s. And then, yeah, that's basically, I'd always watch it. The finals were always televised. All right. So being at Hawks Nest all of the time, I wouldn't come down to here like the crowds that didn't like surfing in Newcastle. But basically, yeah, it was just, it was a surfing event you could watch on TV.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
This is your heart to break. This is your soul
history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
So we have Green up and riding now on the forehand. It's a quick little whip out of the top there. Does well to get over that one. And jams it, throws the tail, and rides out cleanly just on the shore. So that was a good first ride there from Green. Looks like we have a couple small scores from White. White's first was a 0.97, and Red's first was a 1.00. Still waiting of last to Green to lock in. I'll give you the situation update. Okay, first to Green locked in at a 5.50. That does net you an early lead here this morning. In second now is Red. You do have the one score of a 1.00. You do require a 4.51 for the top spot. Third in the White just has the one score of a 0.97 and is chasing a 0.04 for an advancing position. And still waiting on Blue to open up his account here this morning. Is holding priority. Next heat in the water will be round of 32. Heat 8 in the red will have Ryder Lucy. In the blue we have Darcy Dwyer. In the white we will have Hugo Spearings. And the green will have Eden Hassan. You boys can go check him with the beach marshal if you haven't already. As you see, Green now wanting to get a backup score here this morning. Tags it over the lip and just kicks on out of that one. First priority Blue, second priority White, third priority Red. There's 15 minutes remaining in this one, 15 minutes. Looks like we have a little wave rolling through now. We got Blue opening up his account and using priority. Snaps it quickly off the lip. Has a section here to work with. And ditches the fins and rides out cleanly. Red behind him. Racing down the line. Has a nice open face. Whips it back to the pocket. Throws the tail. Does so again. Wants to get a finish here on the shorey. Nice clean float. Just on the sand there. So there's 14 minutes remaining. We do have a first wave from Blue. And a second ride from Red to drop in. Red now not hanging around. Has a heap of speed and just kicks on out of that one. So still waiting on the right of Reds to drop in before that wave. First of Blue dropped in at a 3.17, a 3.17 Blue. That does take you to second for a brief moment, but Reds last came in at a 4.50. So Red, you have moved into second place. Situation in the water stands as Green out in front with a 5.50 and a 2.17. Red second with a 4.50 and a 1.00, chasing a 3.18 for the top spot. Blue in third, just with the one score of a 3.17, chasing a 2.34 to get up into an advancing position. And White holding priority, just has the one score of a 0.97, chasing a 4.53 to get up into second place or better. There's just over 12 minutes remaining. As you see, Red now not hanging around, wants to drop that low score, goes to the oh, nearly made that one. That was a tail high rev there, so there is 12 minutes remaining. Definitely wants to get rid of that 1.00. Priority is with White, second priority Green, third priority is Blue. See Red now having a look. Just ditches on out of that one. So Red, your last did narrowly better your situation in second. It was a 1.07. You require still that 3.18 to get up into the top spot. So we've hit the halfway mark. There's 10 minutes remaining in this one. Situation still remained the same as Green out in front, Red second, Blue third, and White fourth with priority. Got Blue now having a look. Stretched out wall here. Goes up for a quick hit out. And just goes a bit shallow there for him on the inside. I dare say as the tide drops a little bit this morning, he's sure he should get better before they get worse. So the next few heats could be pretty exciting. There is 9 minutes remaining. Would you have a little score from Blue to come in? That was his second wave. Was chasing a 2.41. Red now. Just a big float and ditches off that one. So really wants to get rid of that 1.07. Got White on the forehand now. Going left towards the rocks here at Merriweather. Has a shorey to work with, big section, and clicks it beautifully. Right, steps off on the sand. There was beautiful surfing there from White. He was chasing a 5.10. Does only have the low score of a 0.97 though. Red now, knowing this is some work to solidify second place and a huge rotor straight to the flats. It was an incredibly beautiful rotation, that one. Unfortunately, he couldn't hang on. So White's last was a 4.33 White. It does take you to third, but you are only requiring a 1.76 to get up into second place or better. Blue, you are in fourth. You are chasing a 2.91 to get up into an advancing position. Got White having a look on the back end. Just looks like a pretty lumpy little takeoff there, so unfortunate to not be able to hang on. We have 6 minutes remaining. Priority is with green, second priority blue, third priority red. We see green now, the heat leader. Nice little jam through the lip there. It does so again. Very clean surfing here from green this morning. And blue behind him with a nice stretched out wall again. Tags a little snap in the lip there and dives over the back of that one. A bit of a flurry of waves here. We've got White now wanting to get rid of that low score. And just unfortunate to get unstuck on that one. So there's 5 minutes remaining in this heat. There's 5 minutes. Yeah, so we've got a couple scores to drop in. When they do, I'll give you the update. Priority is sitting with red now. Second priority blue, third priority green, third priority white, sorry. Okay, White, so we're just waiting on your last to drop in. And it's just come through at a 0.90. You are in fourth. You are chasing a 1.91 White. A 1.91. So the situation in the water is as green out in front with a 5.50 and a 4.30. Blue in second with a 3.17 and a 3.07, chasing a 6.63 for the lead. Red, holding priority, you are in third with a 4.50 and a 1.57. You are chasing a 1.74 for an advancing position. And white in fourth with a 4.33 and a 0.97. You are chasing a 1.91 to get up into an advancing position. There is just on 2.5 minutes remaining. As we see White now in his backhand, trying to have a go at that requirement. 2 quick hits. And rides out cleanly in front of the wash there. That was very smart surfing from White. I do know his dad. He's a very good coach. So I'm sure he's standing on the beach and wanted him to do just that. So we'll see what the judges think of the score. We see Red now. Just got hung up on that second little slash there. He was only needing a 1.74, but we do have a score to drop in from White. Okay, Blue, you are in second with a 3.17 and a 3.07. You were chasing a 6.63 for the lead, but we do have a score to drop in from Red and White. There's just on 1 minute remaining. Red and White are both requiring small scores. We're just on 45 seconds remaining. Okay, so we do have a situation change. Green is still out in front. White has gone to second. Your last was a 3.33. You were chasing a 5.48 for the lead. Red, you are in third. You were chasing a 3.16 for an advancing position. And Blue, up and riding, you are chasing a 4.49 for an advancing position here this morning. There is 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Getting ready to count this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We got involved in some of the up-and-coming guys that we thought were going to be, good for the sport, but not the guys that were in the top tier. It was more, to some degree, some of the guys that basically didn't have the opportunity to somebody to back them. Yeah. And we looked at it and said, hey, let's do it. And then progressively, it just went along the lines of, we saw up-and-coming guys that we thought this would be good. And then we thought, well, we have to then start to look at inclusive of women as well. Yeah. At any one given time, to people that we have out there or cars that we've got out, 20, 25 cars that are not in the dealership that people are using, that are advocates to our business.
This sunshine's great. Good day for a kick around.
Are you joking? I'm getting heat stroke and the kids look like beetroots.
Don't be silly. Good day for an iced latte. Good day to save water.
You really do love water, don't you?
Well, no water, no iced lattes. Imagine that. Okay.
It's a good day to water after 4. Every day is a good day to save water.
years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The Biogland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
Okay, so first a red dropped in at a 2.67. Still waiting on first to green as we see the man up and riding now. Nice little wrap back to the source there. Has a little foamy section on the inside. Goes to the air. Spins it around, rides straight over the sand. So there's 17 minutes remaining. We do have the first and second waves now from a green to lock in. The board. Wide up and riding now. Nice little slash out the lip, this little section. Dan to the judges' tent. Dan to the judges' tent. Okay, so first of green dropped in at a 4.67. Now waiting on first of white. Priority is with blue, second priority green. We see blue now. Little slash in the pocket. Wants to get a little finish on the shore here. Just unfortunately gets unstuck. Priority is sitting with blue, second priority green, third priority red. There's 15 minutes remaining. Still waiting on second of green to drop in. And second of red. Okay, so the situation in the water is green out in front with a 4.67 and a 2.10. In second is red with a 2.67 and a 1.17. You were chasing a 4.11 for the top spot. In third is blue, who has a 2.60 and is looking for a 1.25 for second place or better. And fourth, white with a 2.27, chasing a 1.58 for advancing position. There is just over 14 minutes remaining. Priority green, second priority red, third priority white. As we see blue now, under priority. Racing down the line, has a section. Beautiful grab and just unfortunately gets caught up in the trough there.
Green paddling. Green up.
Okay, so we have green up and riding. Racing down the line, has a big section. Goes for broke and unfortunately gets unstuck. So first priority is with red, second priority white, third priority blue. So we have had an issue with our electronical priority system. We are going off a manual priority board now. It's just below the original electronic one. And I'll continually call it out throughout the heat. There's 12 and a half minutes remaining. See green now up and riding, racing down the line. Goes for another big air and unfortunately gets unstuck. He's really looking to get rid of that low score of 2.10. Priority does shift to red now. Second priority white, third priority blue. We've got red having a look now. Has a section to work with here. Just clicks it cleanly and ducks underneath that one. Red did have a low score of a 1.17. Was chasing a 4.11 for the lead.
Put it in the fridge and it feels good now.
So we have green up and riding now in the back end. Just weaving his way through. Wants to get another little tap in here. He's definitely wanted to clear out on that 2.10 and extend his lead. Priority is with white, second priority blue, third priority red, as we see now. Red having a look now. Just a quick up and out there for him. Situation in the water is green out in front. Second is red, chasing a 4.70. In third is blue, chasing a 3.44. And fourth, holding priority, is white, chasing a 3.77 for an advancing position. There's just on 9.5 minutes remaining in this one, 9.5. See red having a look now. Nice little quick snap out of the pocket there. And just gets the completion on the inside. He white behind him. Nice big tight whip out of the pocket. Throws the fins. And does well there at the end of that one. So there is 9 minutes remaining. White was looking for a 3.77 from that wave. Next heat in the water will be round of 16, heat 1 of the women's. In the red we have Miller Coco Brown. In the blue we have Lily McCall. In the white we have Madra Barton. And in the green we'll have Stella Green. A pretty stacked heat there. Couple big names. Got Lily McCall from my hometown, a young ripper. You see red up and riding on the back end. Just sticking with this one. It's going pretty shallow. Just tags it quickly right before the sand. So last of green, you did better your first position with a 3.40. Red, you are now chasing a 4.70 for the top spot. So we have now the digital priority board is back online. So you can start referring back to that board again. Thank you for your cooperation here this morning. There are 7.5 minutes remaining. Priority is sitting with blue, second priority green, third priority is white. Green is still out in front, red in second, chasing a 4.70. White is third, chasing a 3.94 for an advancing position. Blue holding priority, chasing a 3.74 for second place or better here this morning. So with just over 6.5 minutes remaining, situation still remains the same. It's definitely plenty of time to have a few cracks at those requirements from all surfers. As we see white and red now. Red just opting out of that one. White following this one through to the inside. Jams it shut cleanly. Is chasing a 3.94. It does have a low score of a 2.27. So there's 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes left in this heat. Still waiting on a last score of white and red to drop in. Priority sitting out with blue, second priority green, third priority is red. White now up in the forehand. And just opts out of that one, just goes into a bit of deep water. So white's last before that wave. It's a 2.60. The ice still chasing a 3.74 to get up into an advancing position, white. Blue hanging on to priority. You are chasing a 3.74 to get up into second place or better. There's 4 minutes remaining. There's plenty of time to do so. He's looking like he might use his priority here. Have a stab at that requirement. Nice snap through the lip. High speed and finishes cleanly on the inside. That's beautiful surfing there from blue. Red behind him. Goes for a tag through the lip. Wants to get a finish on the inside. And manages through a tricky little end to that wave. So there's 3.5 minutes remaining. We do have scores to come in from blue and red now. Priority does shift to green. Second priority white. Okay, so last the blue dropped in at a 4.10, a 4.10 blue. That does take you into second position. You now are chasing a 3.98 for the lead. Red, you have gone to third. You were chasing a 3.34 to go up into second place or better here this morning. And White in fourth, chasing a 4.10 to get up into an advancing position. It's 2.5 minutes remaining. So it's just under 2 minutes remaining. Situation still is green out in front. Second is blue, chasing a 3.98 for the lead. Third is red, chasing a 3.34 for an advancing position. Fourth is white, chasing a 4.10. We have just on 1.5 minutes remaining. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Looks like green's showing a bit of interest here, using priority. There's a nice waller for him. Throws the tail. Goes up for a nice clean click and does well to ride through the turbulent inside shorey. So it's just on 1 minute remaining. Green does have a low score of a 3.40. Red now having a look. Wants to get this requirement. Fortunately, just comes off the back of that one. There's 40 seconds remaining. Fortunately, it's just a shorey and still enough time to get out there and maybe get another one. We're at 30 seconds. White just throws the fins. We're inside last 20 seconds. Blue having a look here. We've got 10 seconds remaining. And attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
We got involved in some of the up-and-coming guys that we thought were going to be, good for the sport, but not the guys that were in the top tier. It was more, to some degree, some of the guys that basically didn't have the opportunity to somebody to back them. Yeah. And we looked at it and said, hey, let's do it. And then progressively, it just went along the lines of, we saw up-and-coming guys that we thought this would be good. And then we thought, well, we have to then start to look at inclusive of women as well. Yeah. At any one given time, to people that we have out there or cars that we've got out, 20, 25 cars that are not in the dealership that people are using, that are advocates to our business.
This sunshine's great. Good day for a kick around.
Are you joking? I'm getting heat stroke and the kids look like beetroots.
Don't be silly. Good day for an iced latte. Good day to save water.
You really do love water, don't you?
Well, no water, no iced lattes. Imagine that. Okay.
It's a good day to water after 4. Every day is a good day to save water.
History, 40 years of legends. catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy, March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
We are here at Merriweather Beach for day 2 of the Burton Pro Junior, the first stop of the World Surf League Australian and Oceania Junior Series. So there's a lot on the line for these junior athletes. 17 minutes on the clock. $16 minutes on the clock, and we are just waiting on that first wave score for red to lock in. We have moved on through to the women's round of 16, Heat 1. The round of 16 women's Heat 2 coming up next, featuring Grace Gosby in the red, Ava Origos in the blue, Paris Nalendra in the white, and Sydney Chevalier in the green, as we see Medora Barton in the white. Getting the fins nice and loose, and just coming unstuck there was Medora, the surfer from Yamba. First wave of red drops in at a 6.83, taking Mila Coco Brown into first position. And last of white, a 0.93, as we see Lily McCall, the local surfer from the Bay Board Riders, just north of Newcastle. We do have the defending champ of the Newcastle Pro Junior, Stella Green, out in the water. As we see Stella up and riding on this one. A nice turn, and that wave just not offering any more scoring potential there, so she'll kick on out. First priority is now with red, our current heat leader. We are waiting on scores, so the situation's pending. Last of green, a 4.00. And last of blue, a 1.57. So current situation is Mila Coco Brown in the red is in first position with a 6.83. Stella Green in the green is in second with a 4.00, chasing a 2.84 as we see Stella Up and riding on this small inside wave. She wraps it back into the pocket, waiting for this end section. Tags it nicely, just getting a little hung up there. 13 minutes on the clock. And it is a stacked women's round of 16, heat 1. As we see Miller in the red up and riding. A nice looking section here, throwing lots of spray and once more on that end section. And Lily McCall now using first priority on that one. Eleven and a half minutes on the clock. Situation is pending as we see Miller up and riding again with lots of speed down the line, and that wave just not offering much scoring potential there. Previous wave of red did drop in at an 8.10. So the current situation is Miller Coco Brown in the red is in first position with an 8.10 and a 6.83. Stella Green in the green is in second with a 4.00 and a 3.00. Stella, you are chasing a combination of 14.93 to go to first. Lily McCall in the blue is sitting in third, chasing a 5.43 to go to second. And Medora Barton in the white, currently in fourth, chasing a 6.07 to go to second. First priority is now with blue, second priority green, third priority red. As we see Medora Barton in the white, staying nice and busy out there on this smaller inside wave. And finishes that one off on the shore. So we'll wait on that score to lock in. As we see our current heat leader, Miller, up and riding again. It just gets a little hung up on that end section. So first priority blue, second priority green. We'll wait on scores to lock in from that last exchange. Last wave for the surfer in white drops in at a 2.83 and last of red a 1.10. So Medora Barton in the white, you have moved into third position. However, you are chasing a 4.17 to go to second. And Lily McCall in the blue now in fourth, chasing a 5.43 to go to second. Nine minutes remaining. As we see Medora Barton up and riding under priority and just overcooks it on that one. So likely just a throwaway score there. And Stella Green in the green, up and riding. Just coming unstuck there. The under 18 Australian junior surfing champion. Last wave for the surfer in green locks in at a 1.13. That has not gone into your top two, so the situation does remain the same out in the water. Milo Coco Brown in the red is in first position. Stella Green in the green sitting in second, needing a combination of 14.93 to go to first. Medora Barton in the white currently in third, chasing a 4.17 to go to second. And Lily McCall in the blue sitting in fourth, chasing a 5.43 to go to second. The top two surfers from this heat will progress on through to the semi-finals. Should be surfed later today. It is day 2 of the Burton Pro Junior. We kicked off yesterday, and there's been lots of action throughout the event. Six minutes on the clock as we see Medora scratching into this one. She wraps it back into the pocket and waits for this section to stand up on the inside. It's the fins nice and loose into a Larian. Unfortunately, just comes off there. First priority is with blue, second priority red, third priority green as we wait on that last wave score for the surfer in white. Five minutes remaining. Last wave of white looks in at a 2.50. That has gone into your top two. However, you are still chasing a 4.17 to progress. And Lily McCall in the blue sitting in fourth, chasing a 5.43 to progress on through to the semi-finals. Four minutes on the clock as we see Miller, Coco Brown up and riding. Goes for the rotation and just comes unstuck there. But she does hold a strong lead out there. Coming up next will be the women's round of 16, Heat 2, featuring Grace Cosby in the red, Ava Ari-Ross in the blue, Paris Nalendra in the white, and Sydney Chevalier in the green. As we see Stella Green up and riding and just having to kick out the back of that one. Laps of red a 1.10. That did not go into your top two, so the situation does remain the same. As we see Lily McCall using first priority on this one. And fortunately coming undone there. So first priority now with white, second priority red. 2.5 minutes remaining. As we see Medora Barton using priority on this one. Oh, unfortunately just coming unstuck there as well. So 2 minutes remaining and a stacked heat for the women's round of 16, heat 1. First priority is with red, second priority is with green. And last wave of blue a 0.87. And last of white a 1.20. The situation does remain the same out in the water. Red first, green second, needing a combination of 14.93 to go to first. White third, chasing a 4.17. As we see Lily McCall in the blue up and riding on her backhand. She works hard to stay with that one. And just coming undone. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. The situation does remain the same. One minute remaining. .30 seconds on the clock. And it looks like Miller rolling the dice on this one. Gets the fins nice and loose and rides on out of there. Bit of a victory lap for Miller Coco Brown with 15 seconds on the clock. Medora Barton's up and riding. 10 seconds. And attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The first event that we sponsored was here. It was ugly. There was nobody around. I think it was Rebecca Woods won the event. I might be wrong, but I think it was Rebecca. And it was the ugliest, meanest, solidest surf that was out the front here that I was looking at it going, I wouldn't go out in that. And they just, I don't think there was much of a crowd, but these chicks went out there and mate, they just did a hard slog all of the time. Janine did the presentation and stuff to Rebecca, and I've still got some photos of that day. Hey, women surfing today,
unbelievable.
They surf better than most average guys out in the surf for sure.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Newcastle's beaches are more than a view. They're our lifestyle and our community.
Culture here and passionate people, and it's a beautiful town.
Everyone's so friendly and so welcoming.
It's the best city in the whole wide world. Surf City, it's a front fest.
I love Newcastle. At Cardiff GWM, supporting our hometown is what we do every day. Genuine service, expert advice, and a team that cares. Cardiff GWM is proudly local and proudly Cardiff.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
As we see Shanice Chevalier in the green, up and riding on her backhand. She'll wait for this section to stand up for her and attacking that end section. 18 minutes remaining, and the situation is pending as we wait on that last wave score to lock in for Sydney Chevalier. Last of green drops in at a 4.17. We have a situation change. Sydney Chevalier has gone into first position with a 4.17. Grace Gosby in the red now in second with a 3.50. Chasing a 0.68 to go to first. As we see Sydney up and riding under priority, just staying nice and busy out there. And she'll ride on out of that. And Grace Gosby opting to go left on this one. And Ava Ariros also kicking off her campaign here in the Burton Pro Junior. And Paris Nalendra now in the white, the surfer from Indonesia. $16 minutes on the clock. Last of white, a 0.80. Last wave of blue, a 0.93. And last of red, a 1.00. $15 minutes remaining in this women's round of 16 heat 2. It is Sydney Chevalier in the green out in first position. Grace Gosby in the red sitting in second, needing a 3.45 to go to first. Ava Ariros in the blue sitting in third, needing a 3.57 to go to second. And Paris Nalendra in the white currently in fourth, chasing a 3.70 to go to second. The top two surfers from this heat will progress on through to the semi-finals to be surfed later today. So there is lots on the line here. Be sure to check out the broadcast online at surffest.com. As we see Ava just having a look at that one. First priority is with red, second priority blue, third priority is with white. just on 13 minutes remaining, and the situation does remain the same out in the water. A big thank you to Kim Burton, Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Cardiff GWM, Hunter Water, the Mutual Bank, Sandbar Surf and Evolution Advisors for making this event possible. It is day 2 of the Kim Burton Pro Junior. Be sure to stick around, there's lots more to come throughout the day. We'll be moving through to the finals. As we see Ava Ariros in the blue, up and riding and opting to go left on this one. She's lining up this end section and looked tricky to navigate there. As we see Grace Gosby up and riding, a nice looking right-hander, the surfer from Cronulla, and attacks that end section nicely there. So we'll leave that one up to the judges as we see Sydney Chevalier also up and riding, and that wave just not offering much scoring potential there. Last of green locks in at a 1.80. That has not gone into your top 2. And last of blue, a 2.00. We are waiting on that last wave score for the surfer in red, so the situation is pending. First priority is with white, second priority blue, third priority green. Last wave of red drops in at a 6.00, so we have a situation change. Grace Gosby in the red has gone into first position with a 6.00 and a 3.50. Sydney Chevalier in the green now in second with a 4.17 and a 2.77. Sydney, you're chasing a 5.34 to go to first. Ava Ariros in the blue now in third, needing a 4.94 to go to second. And Paris Nalendra in the white, currently in fourth, needing a 6.14 to go to second. As we see Grace Gosby up and riding on a nice left-hander. She does well to hang on to that one. First priority is with blue, second priority green. We'll wait on that score. As we see Ava Ariros in the blue up and riding. She attacks that section, throwing lots of spray there. And utilises first priority. 8 minutes remaining. We'll wait on that score to lock in, so the situation is pending. As we see Sydney Chevalier in the green up and riding, gathering some speed down the line, and that wave didn't offer much scoring potential. First priority is now with white, second priority red. Seven minutes on the clock. Last wave of blue drops in at a 5.90. And last of green, a 1.10. So we've had a situation change. Ava Ariros in the blue has gone into second position. Now chasing a 4.51 to go to first. Sydney Chevalier in the green, you're in third, needing a 3.74 to go to second. And Paris Nalindra in fourth, chasing a 7.10 to go to second. As we see Paris Nalindra using first priority on this one and just getting a little hung up there. As we see Ava Ariros also up and riding on her backhand, just the one manoeuvre there for Ava. And last wave of white, a 0.97. As we see Sydney Chevalier in the green up and riding on her backhand, using first priority. And that wave just not cooperating there. First priority is now with red as we wait on scores to lock in. The situation is pending. There is just on 5 minutes remaining. Last wave of blue drops in at a 2.80, so we have had situation change. Current situation, Grace Gosby in the red is in first position with a 6.00 and a 4.40. Ava Ariros in the blue is in second, now chasing a 4.51 to go to first. Sydney Chevalier in the green, you are in third, needing a 4.54 to go to second. And Paris Nalindra in the white, you're in fourth, chasing a 7.73 to go to second. Three and a half minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same. Coming up next will be the women's round of 16, Heat 3. As we see our current heat leader, Grace Gosby, up and riding. She wraps it back to the pocket and looks to attack that end section, getting the fins nice and loose there. 3 minutes remaining as we wait on that last sweep score for red. So coming up next, we'll see Mika Locke in the red, Poppy O'Reilly in the blue, Kalani Hassett in the white, and Ruby Berry in the green. Two and a half minutes on the clock as we see the surfers in blue and green both up and riding. So we'll leave that one up to the judges. First priority is with white. One and a half minutes remaining. Last wave of green drops in at a 1.23. We are waiting on scores for the surfers in red and blue. First priority is with white, second priority red, and third priority green. One minute on the clock. Last wave of red, a 5.43. That has extended your lead. And last of blue, a 6.67. Had a situation change. Ava Oriros in the blue has gone into first position with a 6.67 and a 5.90. Grace Cosby in the red now in second, chasing a 6.58 to go to first. Sydney Chevalier in the green, currently in third, needing a 7.26 to go to second. And Paris Nalendra in the white, now chasing a combination of 11.43 to go to second. 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Attention, a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My earliest ones was basically, used to watch it on TV. There's no surfing on TV. We used to go around to a mate's place at Windy Whopper, and as long as the wind was blowing northeast, we could get Channel 10. And if a Saturday afternoon, they had like a half hour of a surfing contest somewhere. And that was all that was ever on TV. And this is like probably late 70s, early 80s. And then, yeah, that's basically, I'd always watch it. The finals were always televised. All right. So being at Hawks Nest all of the time, I wouldn't come down to here like the crowds that didn't like surfing in Newcastle. But basically, yeah, it was just, it was a surfing event you could watch on TV.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
This is your heart to break. This is your soul to take. This is your move to make. I'm yours, love. Yours, love. Yours, love.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
We've already had a pretty big morning of surfing here this morning at Merriweather. Waves have been fun. I dare say they'll get a little bit better with that dropping tide. As we see now, Green up and riding on the backhand. Will whip out the pocket there, goes up for a nice clean finish and hangs on through the wash. It's a good start there from Ruby Berry as we see Red behind her. One big section and belts it shut and gets out of that one. So we're going to have two early scores for Green and Red. There's 16 minutes remaining. Still waiting on those first two scores to be locked in by Green and Red. Okay, so first of Green get the better of that one was a 4.33. A 4.33 for Green. Reds was a 3.67. You see Blue now on the forehand. Throws the tail over that wash. Tries to hang on. Oh. Did well to regain her foot on that one. So we'll see what the judges think. That was Poppy-O, really. So first of Blue was just unfortunately incomplete. It came in at a 1.40 for Blue. See Green now up and riding. Nice turn out of the pocket. Wants to weave away into this little foam section here. Throws the tail. As the tide's getting lower on those lefts, the rocks are going to become more and more apparent. So we're going to follow Red now. Two quick turns and hits it off the wash. There's 14 minutes remaining. We've got a few scores to lock in. Seeing now red having a look, just quick up and down there. We're still waiting on a few of those last rides to be locked in by the judging panel. Of course, this event is also supported by Sandbar Surf. They do a lot for our grommets and professionals here in Newcastle. If you're anyone you know is chasing some surf accessories or boards, go down and see this team at Sandbar Surf. You see white and blue up and riding now. Blue sticking with this one. And just a quick little tag on the inside. Green now up and riding. Quick hit out the lip. Nice little slasher on some water. Gets over this double up and tags it quickly for a completion on the sand. So we have had a priority interference. It is red on white. Red on white priority interference. Meaning your second wave is not scored. You do still have a 5.33 red at the moment. You are currently sitting in second. Ruby Berry has gone to first with a 4.40 and a 4.33. Sitting in third is Blue, who has a 3.47 and a 1.40. You're chasing a 1.87 for an advancing position. And White in fourth has a 0.83 and a 0.53, chasing a 4.51 for second place or better. We're just coming down on 10 minutes remaining in this heat. White now weaving this one through and just opts out of that one on the inside. So we have 10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes left in this one. So we see Green now up and riding on the back end, just opts out of that one. We have 9 minutes remaining. Current situation is Green leading, Red is second, Blue third, White fourth. See Blue now having a crack at that requirement. Just unfortunately comes unstuck. She's only chasing a 1.87. After seeing her throw the fins earlier, I definitely know she can do that. Eight and a half minutes remaining. Blue now definitely wants to get that requirement done. Has a low score of a 1.40. Green now on the back end. Whips it out the lip nice and tight and just gets out of that one. Green's currently leading the heat with a 4.40 and a 4.33. Red holding priority. Second priority is white. Seven minutes remaining. 7 minutes. Red is in second. Kai Ingle, can you come to the judges panel, please? Six and a half minutes remaining. Here's blue now, having a dig at that requirement. Seems a 1.87. See white now. He's chasing a 4.17 to get through an advancing position, and unfortunately just digs the nose on the shorey. 5.5 minutes remaining. Waiting on last of blue. Five minutes remaining. There's 5 minutes left in this heat. We see red now up and riding on the forehand. Just not much on offer on that one. We do have a couple small scores to be locked in. Judges taking their time so they can get it right. See white up on the backhand. Racing down the line, trying to find some space. Unfortunately, just gets unstuck there. Still requiring the 4.17. Okay, so last of blue was a 2.87. You do go into second position. Last of red does not help your situation. Last of white was a 1.10. You're still chasing a 5.17. Red now up and riding down the beach. Nice little hack in the pocket and just gets out of that one. First priority is with green, second priority red, third priority blue. Red now, having a look. Let's do something big here. Section just unfortunately does not cooperate with her. Blue having a look now. Did get the requirement, but I'm sure she's going to want to drop that 2.87. With 2 minutes remaining, there's 2 minutes left. As we see now, green, the heat leader, using priority and having a look at this one. Nice little slash on the backhand. Gets over this little double up. And just digs the nose on the shorey. White's going to go down there and have a crack in front of the steps. And just hangs on and gets off right before the rocks there. There's 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining in this heat. We're down to a 1 minute. Situation is still green out in front. Second is blue holding priority. Third is red. Fourth is white. As we see blue now using priority up and riding. Wants to get rid of that low score. Nice little snap through the lip and hops over the wash for a completion on the sand. With 40 seconds remaining, I dare say that'll help her situation. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Attention to countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
We got involved in some of the up-and-coming guys that we thought were going to be, good for the sport, but not the guys that were in the top tier. It was more, to some degree, some of the guys that basically didn't have the opportunity to somebody to back them. Yeah. And we looked at it and said, hey, let's do it. And then progressively, it just went along the lines of we saw up-and-coming guys that we thought this would be good. And then we thought, well, we have to then start to look at inclusive of women as well. Yeah. At any one given time, to people that we have out there or cars that we've got out, 20, 25 cars that are not in the dealership that people are using, that are advocates to our business.
This sunshine's great. Good day for a kick around.
Are you joking? I'm getting heat stroke and the kids look like beetroots.
Don't be silly. Good day for an iced latte. Good day to save water.
You really do love water, don't you?
Well, no water, no iced lattes. Imagine that. Okay.
It's a good day to water after 4. Every day is a good day to save water.
Of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
And riding now. Just wanting to keep busy. Just ducks out underneath that one. Got a nice little runner on the inside there for Nat's first ride. Still waiting on a few scores to drop in. 17 minutes on the clock. See now Green up and riding on the forehand. Whips it back to the pocket with a lot of power. Has a section here. Throws the arm after the layback. Wants to stay with it, opts to get out of there. So first of red was a 4.67, and second of red was a 0.77. First of white was a 2.67, chasing a 2.78 for the top spot. First of green was a 1.17, and waiting on last of green. You were chasing a 1.51 to get up into an advancing position before your last wave. And blue Osha Curtis sitting out there being patient with a priority. So last of green was a 3.67. You have gone up into second. You now require a 1.78 for the top spot green. As we saw blue throwing everything at that section there. Now we have red up the beach. Climbs over that section. Wants to get to the end and unfortunately just shuts down in front of her. Does only have a low score of a 0.77. She wants to further that lead. Next heat in the water will be quarterfinal, heat number 1 of the boys. In the red we have Jesse Ferguson. In the blue, we have Soren Smith. In the white, we have Leo Matchett. In the green, we have a Willem Watson. So a pretty stacked quarterfinal to kick things off. 15 minutes remaining in this one. Priority is sitting with white. Second priority green. Third priority blue. So we have green now. She wants to have a stab at that 1.78 requirement. Nice little hit through the lip and finishes cleanly. Rides out in front of the wash, so that is a convincing completion there from green. Was only chasing a 1.78. Okay, so it looks like we have had a situation change. Green, you have gone into the lead. Your last score was a 3.67, so you have a pair of 3.67s now. Red, you have gone to second. You were chasing a 2.67, a 2.67 red to get back up into the lead. White, you are chasing a 3.78 to get up into an advancing position. And blue, you were chasing a 5.54 to get up into second place or better, but you do have the one score of 0.90. And just over 13 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to get 2 good scores on the board. Priority is with white, second priority blue, third priority green. course, this event is also proudly sponsored by Cardiff GWM. If you or anyone you know is chasing a new car, they've got some very forward-thinking technology. Go see the team at Cardiff GWM. Justin and Deb will be sure to help you out. So it looks like Red's having a look now on the inside. Has a nice little corner to it. Just, unfortunately, digs the nose. Unfortunately, as the tide gets lower, it's going to get pretty shallow in there. It's going to be very cupped out. And as we see, White up and riding on the forehand. Just whips it back to the power source. Just weaving her way, trying to find a little inside connect. And that's all that one wrote for White. So White was chasing a 3.78. Does have a one score of a 2.67. Okay, so last of White came in at a 2.07. And last of Reds dropped in at a 1.07. So Red, you are still chasing the 2.67 to get up into first. White, you're still chasing the 3.78 to get up into an advancing position. And Blue, you are in fourth currently with priority, and you are chasing a 5.54 to get up into second place or better. There is just over 10 minutes remaining in this heat. Looks like we have White now having a look. Nice little slash through the lip there. Chasing a 3.78. Quickly whips it around for a third. As we see Red also chasing a quick score. A nice big belt out the lip. Will that be the 2.67? Only the judges can deem that. So there is just under 9 minutes remaining. Priority still sitting with Blue. Second priority is green. So we've got two scores to drop in from White and Red. As we see now, Blue up and riding. Unfortunately, just goes into deep water there. She's been doing a lot of good surfing. She's been charging over in Nias recently, Osha Curtis. You see now Red up and riding on the backhand. It's a nice big slash, throws the fins and hangs on to that one. So it's just coming down to 7 minutes remaining. We do have another score to drop from Red, but Red, your last was a 4.23 before that left just then. Yeah, that has taken you into the lead. Green, you are in second. You are holding priority, and you are chasing a 5.23, a 5.23 green to get back up into the number one position. White, you're in third, and you are chasing a 3.67 to get up into an advancing position. And blue, you are chasing a 6.24 to get up into an advancing position. Still plenty of time, 6.5 minutes to get it done. Blue up and riding now. Definitely wants to minimise that requirement. That'll definitely help with a nice little rebound onto the shorey. There's plenty of time to get some momentum going. We're just coming down on 6 minutes. Okay, so Lassa Blue came in at a 4.00, 4.00 Blue. As we see White there throwing the fins on the end section. White was also chasing a 3.67. Blue, you are now chasing a 3.34 for an advancing position. A 3.34 Blue. Waiting on last of White to drop in. And Red, your last did not go into your top two. That was a 3.40. Priority is sitting with Green. Second priority Red. Third priority Blue. There's a 5 minute mark. There's 5 minutes remaining in this heat. So the situation as it stands with 4.5 on the clock is Red out in front with a 4.67 and a 4.23. White in second with a 4.03 and a 4.67, chasing a 4.87 for the number one spot. In third is Green, holding priority and has a 3.67 and another 3.67, chasing a 4.03 to get up into an advancing position. And Blue in fourth has a 4.00 and a 1.0 and a 1.10, chasing a 3.71. A 3.71 Blue for an advancing position. There's just under 4 minutes remaining. As we see White now, she definitely wants to improve on her situation in second. Nice quick whippy 3 turns to the beach. Is chasing a 4.87 for the lead. White does have a low score of a 3.67, so I'm sure she's wanting to get rid of that with just under 3 minutes remaining. Blue now on a nice looking left. Stabs it through the lip just for the one turn and gets out of there. So there's 2 minutes remaining. Blue was chasing a 3.71 from that wave. See red now, one big section. Goes for the hammer. She's been training pretty hard recently. Natalie, she's been training with Luke Mikulak up the bay in Newcastle. Doing her surfing a lot of justice. So we do have another score from red and blue to come in. Blue was chasing a score of 3.71. So we see green and white now splitting the peak up out in front. Nice little layback jam for green. White gets out of there and hits it again for the finish. So that was beautiful surfing there from green. Really like that second turn. Green's chasing a 4.03. So we've got a couple of scores to drop. It's getting pretty exciting now as we come closer to the mad minute. I really like those two turns there from green. That second turn was just a nice hook in the pocket. Current situation is red out in front with a 4.67 and a 4.23. Has priority. We do have scores to drop from red, white, and blue. Oh. And green, sorry. Okay, so we do have a situation change quickly before green's last. Blue has moved into second. Blue, your last was a 3.73. But waiting on the last of green and white to drop in. We're coming down to 10 seconds remaining. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so
we got involved in some of the up-and-coming guys that we thought were going to be, good for the sport, but not the guys that were in the top tier. It was more, to some degree, some of the guys that basically didn't have the opportunity to somebody to back them. Yeah. And we looked at it and said, hey, let's do it. And then progressively, it just went along the lines of, we saw up-and-coming guys that we thought this would be good. And then we thought, well, we have to then start to look at inclusive of women as well. Yeah. At any one given time, to people that we have out there or cars that we've got out, 20, 25 cars that are not in the dealership that people are using, that are advocates to our business.
This sunshine's great. Good day for a kick around.
Are you joking? I'm getting heat stroke and the kids look like beetroots.
Don't be silly. Good day for an iced latte. Good day to save water.
You really do love water, don't you?
Well, no water, no iced lattes. Imagine that. Okay.
It's a good day to water after 4. Every day is a good day to save water.
Of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
Thanks, Josh. Yes, out in the water we have the men's quarterfinal heat 1, featuring Jesse Ferguson in the red, Soren Smith in the blue, Leo Matcher in the white, and Willem Watson in the green. It's just on 19 minutes on the clock in this first men's quarterfinal here at Merriweather Beach for the Burton Pro Junior. Seventeen and a half minutes remaining, and a little bit of a slow start to this men's quarterfinal. A big thank you to Burton, Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Cardiff GWM, Hunter Water, the Mutual Bank, Soundbar Surf, and Evolution Advisors for making this event possible. It is day 2 of the event here at Merriweather. We have commenced the finals, so lots of action still to come. If you can't hang around the beach, be sure to tune in to the broadcast at surffest.com. You can also check out the full schedule of events celebrating 40 years of Surffest. As we see Leo Matchett up and riding, opening his campaign here in the quarterfinal. So he wraps it back into the pocket, and that wave not offering much scoring potential there. Coming up next with the men's quarterfinal heat 2, featuring Macklin Flynn in the red, Jacob Hazan in the blue, Lucas Hickson in the white, and Saul Grumling in the green. 16 minutes remaining. As we see a battle for this one. And it looks like Soren Smith in the blue getting the work done there, and Jesse Ferguson in the red just tagging that one. $15 minutes remaining. First wave of white locks in at a 3.83. First priority is with white, second priority green. The situation is pending. 14 minutes on the clock. "13 minutes on the clock. The situation is pending. As we see Willem Watson in the green up and riding. Just the one turn there for Willem. First priority is with white. Second priority now with blue. As we see Willem Watson just staying busy out there, up and riding on a smaller inside wave. And looking to kick out of that one. As we see Jesse Ferguson in the red, up and riding. Links together a nice two-turn combo there and rides on out of that. First wave of blue locks in at a 4.67. As we see Leo Matchett using first priority on this one, and Willem Watson in the green also up and riding. As we see Soren Smith in the blue up and riding on his backhand. And he links together a nice combination of manoeuvres there. We are just waiting on scores to lock in with 10 minutes on the clock. First priority is with red. Last of red, a 4.07. Last wave of white, a 3.37. We are still waiting on scores to lock in for the surfers in green and blue. Last of green, a 4.50. Last of blue, a 4.90. Seven and a half minutes remaining. Seven minutes on the clock. The situation is pending. Six and a half on the clock as we see Leo Matchett in the white up and riding on his backhand. Attacking that end section and throwing lots of spray there. And Jesse Ferguson also up and riding out the back. Goes for the foam climb and just comes undone there. And Willem Watson utilising first priority on this one. It's a nice looking left-hander here at Merriweather Beach. And Soren Smith in the blue up and riding on his backhand. Looking to line up this end section. Gets the fins nice and loose there. And we'll leave that up to the judges. So an action-packed men's quarterfinal heat 1. As we see Jesse Ferguson in the red up and riding, looking for the double up on the inside, and he does well to stay with this one. 5 minutes remaining. Last of green drops in at a 4.50. 4 minutes on the clock. The situation is pending. We are just waiting on scores to lock in. 3.5 minutes remaining. First priority is with green, second priority white, and third priority blue. The situation is pending. We have had a non-priority interference. Situation is pending. Just an announcement, we have had a double non-priority interference, red and green. 2 minutes on the clock. Just another announcement, we have had a double non-priority interference with red and green. One and a half minutes remaining. As we see Jesse Ferguson in the red, up and riding on his backhand. Last of blue, a 2.30. Last wave of white, a 5.03. Scores are still looking in with 1 minute on the clock. .45 seconds. First priority white, second priority blue, and third priority green. We are waiting on that last wave score for green. 30 seconds. .10 seconds. And attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We got involved in some of the up-and-coming guys that we thought were going to be, good for the sport, but not the guys that were in the top tier. There was more, to some degree, some of the guys that basically didn't have the opportunity to somebody to back them.
Yeah.
And we looked at it and said, hey, let's do it. And then progressively, it just went along the lines of, we saw up-and-coming guys that we thought this would be good. And then we thought, well, we have to then start to look at inclusive of women as well.
Yeah.
At any one given time, to people that we have out there or cars that we've got out, 20, 25 cars that are not in the dealership that people are using, that are advocates to our business.
This sunshine's great. Good day for a kick around.
Are you joking? I'm getting heat stroke and the kids look like beetroots.
Don't be silly. Good day for an iced latte. Good day to save water.
You really do love water, don't you?
Well, no water, no iced lattes. Imagine that. Okay.
It's a good day to water after 4. Every day is a good day to save water.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
region for decades and is committed to fostering the next generation of world champions. Macklin Flynn in the red. With 6.5 minutes on the clock, we are waiting on your last wave scores to lock in. As we see Macklin in the red, up and riding again with lots of speed. Goes to the sky and just comes unstuck there. Last wave of red, a 1.03. Previous wave of red drops in at a 5.53. Last of white, a 5.33. Current situation, Lucas Hickson in the white has gone into first position with a 5.93 and a 5.33. Macklin Flynn in the red is now in second with a 5.53 and a 5.03. Macklin, you're chasing a 5.74 to go to first. Sol Grundling in the green, currently in third, chasing a 5.17 to go to second. As we see Jacob Hazen in the blue up and riding. As he works hard to finish that one off. Just on 5 minutes on the clock as we'll wait on that score to lock in for the surfer in blue. As we see Macklin Flynn up and riding. Four and a half minutes remaining. First priority is with green, second priority white. The last wave of blue locks in at a 3.33. As we saw our current heat leader Lucas Hickson up and riding. And Sol Grundling utilising first priority on this one. It's a nice looking section to work with here. So he gets the fins nice and loose and hangs on to that one. First priority now with white as we see Lucas Hickson up and riding. Gets the rotation and rides on out of there. Three and a half minutes on the clock. We are waiting on scores to lock in. Last of blue was a 3.33. Last wave of red, a 3.97. That has not gone into your top two. The situation is pending. We are waiting on the last wave scores for the surfers in white and green. Last of green, a 4.50. So that has not gone into your top two. 2.5 minutes on the clock. First priority is with red, second priority blue. Last wave of white, a 4.67. The situation remains the same. Lucas Hickson in the white is in first position. Macklin Flynn in the red, you're in second with a 5.53 and a 5.03. You're chasing a 5.74 to go to first. So Grundling in the green, currently in third, needing a 5.17 to go to second. And Jacob Hassan in the blue, currently in fourth, chasing a 7.23 to go to second. One minute remaining. Lucas Hickson in the white is out in the lead. Macklin Flynn in the red in second, chasing a 5.74 to go to first. As we see Sol Grundling in the green and Lucas Hickson both up and riding. And Lucas getting the better of that exchange. 40 seconds on the clock. So it is Sol Grundling in the green, currently in third, chasing a 5.17 to go to second. And Jacob Hassan in the blue, currently in fourth, chasing a 7.23 to go to second. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The first event that we sponsored was here. It was ugly. There was nobody around. I think it was Rebecca Woods won the event. I might be wrong, but I think it was Rebecca. And it was the ugliest, meanest, solidest surf that was out the front here that I was looking at it going, I wouldn't go out in that. And they just, I don't think there was much of a crowd, but these chicks went out there and mate, they just did a hard slog all of the time. Janine did the presentation and stuff to Rebecca, and I've still got some photos of that day. Hey, women surfing today,
unbelievable.
They surf better than most average guys out in the surf for sure.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Newcastle's beaches are more than a view. They're our lifestyle and our community.
Culture here and passionate people, and it's a beautiful town.
Everyone's so friendly and so welcoming.
Oh, it's the best city in the whole wide world. It's Surf City. It's a front fest.
I love Newcastle. At Carter GWM, supporting our hometown is what we do every day. Genuine service, expert advice, and a team that cares. Cardiff GWM is proudly local and proudly Cardiff.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
As we see Red now having a look on his forehand, quick little slash, and gets the second one in and jumps over the back of that one. So that'll be a nice start for Red. Green's first was a 1.17. So we do have two more scores to drop in from red and blue. Blue's having a look. Doesn't opt to go that one. Red on the inside. Trying to keep this momentum going. Building some speed. And bashes the shorey shut. So that was a nice little wave surf there from red. Are still waiting on his first ride and now second. Blue now having a look on the back end. Racing down the line. Has heaps of speed. Cracks this section. Has another section here. And hits it shut on the back end. There was 2, 3 really nice turns there from blue. It was a well-surfed wave. I really like this first turn from blue out the back. Just belted it. Absolutely didn't hold anything back. Okay, so first a red came in at a 5.33, and red, your second, came in at a 3.00. So green now up and riding, trying to wash off that first wave, find some momentum on the shore here. There was a nice wrap back into the pocket and belts the foam. So blue, your first came in at a 2.83. We're just waiting on your second wave to come in. White now having a look. The man from Sydney is trying to find some momentum on his forehand here. A couple nice clean wraps. He's got a good style. Belts that thing on the end. Slams it shut, and that's all she wrote for White. So that'll be a good little backup for him. Okay, blue, your second wave was a 6.50, a 6.50. That does take you straight to the lead. So the situation is blue out in front, red in second, chasing a 4.01 for the lead. In third is green, chasing a 5.33. And in fourth, with a score on the way, is White, chasing a 7.33. But I dare say his last wave would have helped his situation. Okay, so Lassa White came in at a 4.07, a 4.07 White. You are now chasing a 4.27 to get up into an advancing position. You are in third. So the situation why there's no waves is blue out in front with a 6.50 and a 2.83. In second, holding priority is red with a 5.33 and a 3.00. In third is white with a 4.07 and a 1.00, chasing a 4.27 to get up into second place or better. And fourth is green with a 3.00 and a 1.17, chasing a 5.33. As we see the heat leader now. Nice big crisp turn out to the lip. And he wants to find the reform. And unfortunately just goes into deep water there. So he did have a low score of a 2.83 before that wave. It was a really nice turn through the lip, that one. He just held his speed to get around it and a little foam climb. I'm sure as the day goes on, the surfing's going to get extremely exciting. It's already been an amazing day. Amazing 2 days, I should say. So with 12 minutes on the clock, we do have a score to drop for blue. Next heat in the water will be quarterfinals. Heat number 4. In the red, we'll have Aidan Finn. In the blue, we'll have Will Martin. In the white, Eden Hassan. And in the green, Maverick Wilson. So another absolutely stacked heat there. Priority is sitting with red, then green, then white. So see white now having a look. Hits it cleanly over that. It's a nice float connecting turn and a nice clean finish. Shuts the door on that left there from white. You see red now having a look on the forehand. Snaps it cleanly through the lip, throws a bit of spray and belts it even harder on the second one. So another 2 good waves surfed. White was needing a 4.27 before that wave. Red was needing a 6.38. And it is blue first, red second, white third. And a green holding priority in fourth, chasing a 5.33 to get up into an advancing position. We do have 9 minutes remaining, waiting on the last scores of red and white to drop in. All the surfers opting for the out the back bank now. Okay, so we have had a situation change. Red, you have gone into the lead. Your last score was a 6.90, a 6.90 red. Blue, you are in second now. You are chasing a 5.74 to get back up into the top spot. White, your last came in at a 6.17, a 6.17 white. You are chasing a 5.54 to get up into an advancing position. And green, holding priority, you are chasing an 8.70 to get up into second place or better. There is just under 8 minutes remaining. So the boys clearly seeing some scoring potential at the back. With a couple of decent scores already in this heat. You see White now having a look. Wants to back up that previous 6.17. Goes for a huge tail high nose pick. Unfortunately comes unstuck there, losing his footing. Definitely wants to drop that 4.07. and get himself up into an advancing position. With just over 6.5 minutes on the clock, there is plenty of time to do so. Here we go now. We have Green utilising priority with a nice stretched out wall. Beautiful wrap in the pocket there. Goes up, hits it again, has a section to work with, and floats it cleanly on the end. He likes it. He was chasing an 8.70 before that wave. Does only have a low score of a 1.17, which I'm sure he will definitely drop. That was beautiful surfing there from Green. See White now having a look. Is really starting to heat up in this quarterfinal. Definitely not an easy heat. So we're just waiting on that last score of Green to drop in. As we finally hit the 5-minute mark, there's 5 minutes remaining in this heat. So with 4.5 minutes remaining, so last of Green dropped in at his 7.67, a 7.67 Green. You're now chasing a 4.03 to get up into an advancing position. So the situation is as Red in first with a 6.90 and a 5.33. In second, holding priority is Blue with a 6.50 and a 5.20, chasing a 5.74 for the lead. In third is Green with a 7.67 and a 3.00, chasing a 4.03 to get up into an advancing position. And White in fourth with a 6.17 and a 4.07, chasing a 5.54 to get up into an advancing position. There's just on 3.5 minutes remaining. Here we go now. Green definitely want to have a quick dig at that requirement. There's still enough time to get another wave. There's 3 minutes remaining. Green now having a look. He's found a little corner again on the inside. Snaps it nice, throws some water. Smart surfing here from Green and clicks it again for the finish. Manages the backwash well. Was chasing a 4.03 to get up into an advancing position from that wave. First priority is with Blue. Second priority Red. Third priority Green. As we hit 2 minutes on the clock. It looks like we have had a situation change. Green, your last came in at a 4.33. A 4.33 Green. You are in second. The situation is still Red leads. Green in second with his last wave being a 4.33. chasing a 4.56 for the lead. Blue, you are in third, holding priority. You are chasing a 5.51 to get up into an advancing position, and white chasing a 5.84 to get up into an advancing position. There is 1.5 minutes remaining. We're just coming down on the mad minute now. Inside the final 60 seconds of this heat. .30 seconds remaining. Situation still remains the same. Red leads, green second, blue third, white fourth. Have some interest now down the beach. White going for broke. Blue having a crack here on his forehand. A couple nice clean wraps. We're inside the final 10 seconds. Getting ready to count this one down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next heat, just hold your positions. Got a few waves surfed. Wait for the judges to lock this one in. Just hold your positions.
My earliest ones was basically, used to watch it on TV. There's no surfing on TV. We used to go around to a mate's place at Windy Whopper, and as long as the wind was blowing northeast, we could get Channel 10. And if a Saturday afternoon, they had like a half hour of a surfing contest somewhere. And that was all that was ever on TV. And this is like probably late 70s, early 80s. And then, yeah, that's basically, I'd always watch it. The finals were always televised. All right. So being at Hawks Nest all of the time, I wouldn't come down to here like the crowds that didn't like surfing in Newcastle. But basically, yeah, it was just, it was a surfing event you could watch on TV.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
This is your heart to break. This is your soul to take. This is your mood to make. I'm yours, love. Yours, love. Yours, love.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
One stuck to the rail, one went to the air. We'll see what one gets the better of that exchange. So we see White now, up and riding, not wasting any time. Has a section here to deal with, clicks it perfectly, and rides out in front of the wash there. Definitely not hanging around, keeping busy. Really like that first wave from Blue as well. A couple nice wraps in the pocket. Gets a nice section, stands up on the end and just belted it shut. White now having a look, keeping busy. Has a heap of speed, got the backwash. Timed that thing perfectly. Got another little section here, just clicks it shut. And Green behind him, the back end, heap of speed as well. Got the backwash coming behind him. Unfortunately, just gets the better of Green. Okay, so still waiting on those first few scores to trickle through. Judges going over all the waves very meticulously, making sure they get the best score. So there's 16 minutes remaining in this one, just over 16 minutes. So we have Green now up on the backhand, whips it cleanly. Belts it again. Just beautiful timing there from Green. That was Maverick Wilson. Okay, so first the blue came in at a 5.83, a 5.83 blue. Just waiting for the scores to drop in there, White. We'll give you a situation update when they do. You have a few scores coming through. The judges are just going over all the waves. There's 14 and a half minutes remaining. Priority is with red, second priority blue, third priority white. Okay, so we do have a couple of scores coming through. First of white came in at a 6.67, a 6.67 white. And at white, your second came in at a 3.67. You are in the lead. In second is Green with a 6.00 and a 1.00, chasing a 4.35 for the lead. In third is Blue with a 5.83 and chasing a 1.18 for an advancing position. And red, you are in the fourth position, holding priority just with a 0.83, chasing a 6.17 for an advancing position. So we have Green having a look here, just going up for the big belt, and does well to hang on there. He's definitely cleared that one. As we see now, White up and riding, has a heap of speed and a section. He wants to go high. And just unfortunately gets caught up in the white water. White's intent was made clear. He wants to go as high as he possibly can. He wants to drop that 3.67. As we see now, Red up and riding. Uses priority, hits it hard, and goes up for a quick foam climb as we see. As we see Blue down the line, going for broke. Next heat in the water will be semi-final, heat 1 of the girls. In the red will be Miller Coco Brown. In the blue, we'll have Stella Green. In the white, we'll have Ava Akfiros. And in the green, we'll have Grace Gosby. You girls can check in with the beach marshal if you haven't already. Blue having a look now under priority. Just quick up and out there for Blue. We do have a fair few scores to be dropped in from all surfers. So the judges are just finalising those last few waves, and I'll give you the update as we see a set rolling into the lineup now. Looks like we have Red and Blue having a look. Red opted out. Blue is throwing the fins and unfortunately just gets caught up the top of that one. So the situation in the water with just nearly 10 minutes remaining, just over 10 minutes. Situation is White out in front with a 6.67 and a 4.93. Green holding priority in second with a 6.00 and a 4.10, chasing a 5.61 for the lead. Blue, you are in third. You have a 5.83 and a 1.33, chasing a 4.28, a 4.28 Blue to get up into an advancing position. Red, you are in fourth. You have 3.47 and a 0.83, chasing a 6.63 for an advancing position. There's just under 10 minutes remaining. Nine minutes on the clock. Priority is with Green. Second priority, White. Third priority is Red. As we see Red now just having a look. Opts out of that one. So first priority is with Green. Second priority, White. Third priority, Blue. Fourth priority, Red. As we see Blue now up and riding, goes to the air. That was a very critical manoeuvre with the backwash, does very well to hang on. And slams it shut on the inside. Still got more for him. It's doubling up nicely. He's still going. He wants the reform. It's going to give it to him. As we see a little whitewater section, he banks it off, throws the tail. Beautifully surfed wave there from Blue. He definitely knows how to jam a right-hander coming from the long right-hand points of Gold Coast. So he was chasing a 4.28 from that wave. A 4.28 was all he required. Did have a low score of a 1.33. Six and a half minutes remaining. Do have a couple of scores to drop in. So with 6 minutes remaining, we do have a couple of scores to drop in. Waiting on the last of Blue. Five and a half minutes remaining. Looks like we have had a situation change. Blue, you have gone into the lead. Your last score was a 6.27, a 6.27. In second, holding priority is White. White, you now chase a 5.43 to get back that lead. In third is Green. You were chasing a 5.61, a 5.61 Green to get up into an advancing position. And Red, you are in fourth, chasing an 8.13, an 8.13 Red to get up into second place or better. There is 5 minutes remaining. Red now wants to minimise that requirement. Goes up for a nice hack in the pocket. And doesn't like the look of that one, so he gets on out of there. So there's 4.5 minutes remaining. White now having a look. Has been recently bumped to second. Nice little quick layback through the lip there. What's he got for us? And a big, powerful jam in the pocket. And we have Green also chasing a score with a nice little wrap through the pocket. Hits it cleanly again and gets out of there. So with a little flurry of waves, see what the judges think of all of those ones with just under 4 minutes remaining. Looks like we have Red and White having a look here. Red taking to the sky. Goes complete. White looked like did the same. The judges have a lot of decisions on their hands here. I'm sure they're going to split hairs with the replays and get them the best possible score. There's just under 3 minutes remaining. And I'll update you when those scores drop through. Priority has shifted to blue. Second priority is with green. Two minutes remaining, 2 minutes. We do have scores to drop. It's a bit of a flurry of waves there. White did a nice fin ditch and red did the full rotation. Red, we are waiting on your last score to drop in. There was a lot of waves. You did have a requirement of an 8.37 before that wave. There is a minute and a half remaining, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Priority is with blue. So we see blue now having a look on the forehand. Goes for a bit of a Hail Mary there. Knows the other boys have been trying to do some damage underneath him. So we have some scores coming in from all surfers. There's 60 seconds remaining. There is 1 minute left in this last quarterfinal heat. We do have scores to drop in. Coming down to the last 30 seconds. You see White now having a go on his forehand. We do have a heap of scores to drop in. We've got 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Getting this one to count this down in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
We got involved in some of the up-and-coming guys that we thought were going to be, good for the sport, but not the guys that were in the top tier. It was more, to some degree, some of the guys that basically didn't have the opportunity to somebody to back them. Yeah. And we looked at it and said, hey, let's do it. And then progressively, it just went along the lines of we saw up-and-coming guys that we thought this would be good. And then we thought, well, we have to then start to look at inclusive of women as well. Yeah. At any one given time, to people that we have out there or cars that we've got out, 20, 25 cars that are not in the dealership that people are using, that are advocates to our business.
This sunshine's great. Good day for a kick around.
Are you joking? I'm getting heat stroke and the kids look like beetroots.
Don't be silly. Good day for an iced latte. Good day to save water.
You really do love water, don't you?
Well, no water, no iced lattes. Imagine that. Okay.
It's a good day to water after 4. Every day is a good day to save water.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
Stella Green in the blue, Ava Arenas in the white, and Grace Gosby in the green. We are running 25-minute semi-finals and 30-minute finals. There is 22 and a half minutes remaining out in the water. We are in the women's semi-finals here at the Burton Pro Junior. It is day 2 of the event. We've had lots of action throughout the day, and we are moving on through to the finals. So be sure to stick around or check out the live broadcast at surffest.com, where you can also view the schedule for all Surffest events that are coming up. "21 minutes remaining. A little bit of a slow start to this women's semi-final as we see Ava in the white rolling the dice on that one, and that wave just not offering much scoring potential. In the water, we do have the defending champion of the Newcastle Pro Junior, Stella Green, and Miller Brown, also the winner of the 2025 Let's Surf Lake Mac Pro Junior down at Redhead. So a stacked heat for the first women's semi-final. Coming up next will be the women's semi-final heat 2, featuring Ruby Berry in the red, Poppy O'Reilly in the blue, Natalie Fenson in the white, and Osha Curtis in the green. 20 minutes remaining. As we see Stella Green in the blue up and riding with lots of speed down the line. She tags that section and she'll kick on out of there with 19 minutes on the clock. As we see Ava in the white, up and riding on her backhand. It's the one crack off the lip. And Grace Gosby in the green from Cronulla, opting to go left on this one. And that wave just not offering too much scoring potential. We've seen the competition shift further north as the tide has gone out. Lots of waves on offer through the weekend. And we are in the women's semi-finals. Following these two heats will be the men's semi-finals, women's final, and finishing the day with the men's final. Following the men's final, we will have a presentation just beneath the surf club, so be sure to hang around for that one. 17.5 minutes remaining. First of green locks in at a 2.67. First wave of white at 0.83. First wave of blue drops in at a 3.33. We are waiting on that last wave score for the surfer in white. First priority is with red, second priority green with 16.5 minutes remaining. The situation is pending. Minutes remaining in this women's semi-final heat one. And a huge thank you to Kim Burton, Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Cardiff GWM, Hunter Water, the Mutual Bank, Sandbar Surf and Evolution Advisors for making this event possible. Last wave of white locks in at a 4.83. Current situation, Ava Orinos in the white is in first position with a 4.83 and a 0.83. Stella Green in the blue, you're in second with a 3.33, chasing a 2.34 to go to first. Grace Gosby in the green, you're in third with a 2.67, chasing a 0.67 to go to second. And Miller Brown in the red, currently in fourth, yet to open her campaign, chasing a 3.34. As we saw our current heat leader, Ava, just staying nice and busy up there. 15 minutes remaining. We'll wait on that score to lock in for the surfer in white. Last wave of white locks in at a 4.17. Ava, that has gone into your top two and extended your lead. You're now in the lead with a 4.83 and a 4.17. 14 minutes on the clock. The current situation is Ava Uri-Ross in the white is in first position with a 4.83 and a 4.17. Stella Green in the blue, you're in second, chasing a 5.67 to go to first. Grace Gosby in the green, currently in third, needing a 0.67 to go to second, as we see Miller Coco Brown up and riding on her forehand down the line. Tags that section and still looking for more. So we'll wait on that score to lock in for Miller. She surfed a great heat earlier this morning on the southern end of the bank, but conditions have changed throughout the day, so it'll be interesting to see how these athletes adapt. 13 minutes on the clock. $12 minutes remaining. The situation is pending. We are waiting on that last wave score for Miller Coco Brown in the red. This weekend's KB Pro Junior is made possible through the extraordinary generosity of Kim Burton. Kim has been supporting surfing in the Newcastle and Hunter region for decades and is committed to fostering the next generation of world champions. $11 minutes remaining. $10 minutes on the clock, and coming up next with the women's semi-final heat 2, featuring Ruby Berry in the reds, Poppy O'Reilly in the blue, Natalie Fenson in the white, and Osha Curtis in the green. As we see Stella Green in the blue, up and riding, throwing lots of spray on that layback, and throws it up there for another. It is the under-18 Australian Junior champion, and our current heat leader, Ava Uri-Ross, just coming unstuck on that last manoeuvre. Last of red drops in at a 5.67. We are still waiting on scores to lock in for the surfers in blue and green. As we see Miller in the red up and riding under priority. She wraps it back into the pocket. And it looks for more on this inside section. Riding on out of there. And Ava using priority on that one. First priority is now with blue, then green. Last wave of blue drops in at a 4.43. Last of green, a 3.00. Seven and a half minutes on the clock as we see Stella Green in the blue up and riding. She wraps it back to the pocket and looks some more down the line. Tagging that section. First priority is now with green. Second priority, white, as we see Grace Gosby up and riding. Attacking that section, and that's all that wave had to offer. Six and a half minutes remaining. Last wave of red drops in at a 4.87. Last wave of blue, a 3.17. We are waiting on that last wave score for green. Six minutes remaining. Last of green drops in at a 3.70. Current situation, Milo Coco Brown in the red is in first position with a 5.67 and a 4.87. Ava Arivalis in the white is now in second with a 4.83 and a 4.17. Ava, you are chasing a 5.71 to go to first. Stella Green in the blue, you are in third with a 4.43 and a 3.33, chasing a 4.58 to go to second. And Grace Gosby in the green, you're in fourth with a 3.70 and a 3.00. You are chasing a 5.30 to go to second. Just under 5 minutes remaining. 4 minutes on the clock, and the situation does remain the same as we see Ava in the white up and riding on her backhand, just getting a little caught behind that one. Current situation out the water, there is 3 minutes remaining, and it is Miller Coco Brown in the red in first position. Ava Ariros in the white sitting in second, chasing a 5.71 to go to first. Stella Green in the blue currently in third, chasing a 4.58 to go to second. And Grace Gosby in the green sitting in fourth, chasing a 5.30 to go to second. As we see Stella Green up and riding and Grace Gosby having priority over Stella there. And links together a nice combination of manoeuvres. 2 minutes on the clock. First priority is with red, second priority white. One and a half minutes remaining. We are waiting on scores to lock in for the surfers in blue and green. The situation is pending. One minute remaining. Last of blue, a 1.00. That has not gone into your top two. Waiting on last wave of green. $30 seconds. $15 seconds on the clock. We are still waiting on that last wave score for green. 10 seconds. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The first event that we sponsored was here. It was ugly. There was nobody around. I think it was Rebecca Woods won the event. I might be wrong, but I think it was Rebecca. And it was the ugliest, meanest, solidest surf that was out the front here that I was looking at it going, I wouldn't go out in that. And they just, I don't think there was much of a crowd, but these chicks went out there and mate, they just did a hard slog all of the time. Janine did the presentation and stuff to Rebecca, and I've still got some photos of that day. Hey, women surfing today,
unbelievable.
They surf better than most average guys out in the surf for sure.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Newcastle's beaches are more than a view, they're our lifestyle and our community.
Culture here and passionate people, and it's a beautiful town.
Everyone's so friendly and so welcoming.
Oh, it's the best city in the whole wide world. Surf City, it's a frog fest.
I love Newcastle. At Carter GWM, supporting our hometown is what we do every day. Genuine service, expert advice, and a team that cares. Cardiff GWM is proudly local and proudly Cardiff.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
"23 minutes on the clock. We are just waiting on scores to lock in. Coming up next with the men's semi-final Heat 1, featuring Soren Smith in the red, Leo Matchett in the blue, Lucas Hickson in the white, and Macklin Flynn in the green. As we see Poppy O'Reilly in the blue, up and riding in a smaller inside wave, the surfer from Bondi. 22 minutes on the clock. First priority is now with green, second priority red. "21 minutes on the clock, and the situation is pending as we wait on scores to lock in. Out in the water is the women's semi-final Heat 2. The top two surfers from this heat will progress on through to the final. Last wave for the surfer in white drops in at a 0.93. Last of blue a 4.00 and previous wave of blue a 1.00. 20 minutes on the clock, and first wave of red drops in at a 6.50. So Ruby Berry in the red has gone into first position with a 6.50. Poppy O'Reilly in the blue, you're now in second, chasing a 2.51 to go to first. Natalie Fenson in the white, you're in third, needing a 4.07 to go to second. And Osha Curtis in the green, chasing a 5.00 to go to second. As we see Osha Curtis rolling the dice on this one, using first priority. She tries to hang on to it and just comes unstuck with 19 minutes on the clock. First priority is now with red, second priority white. The last wave of green drops in at a 0.90. As we see Natalie Fenson in the white, the local Newcastle surfer. Your nice two-turn combo and kicking on out of there. As we see our current heat leader, Ruby Berry from WA, up and riding as well. Just on 18 minutes remaining. First priority is now with blue. Just an announcement for Stella Green. Can you please make your way to the beach marshal? That is Stella Green. As we see Osha Curtis in the green, up and riding, getting the fins nice and loose. And just the one turn there for Osha. "17 minutes on the clock. We are just waiting on scores to lock in. Last of red drops in at a 3.43. Last of white, a 3.17. And last of green, a 4.67. So we have a situation change. Osha Curtis in the green has moved into second position. Now chasing a 5.27 to go to first. Poppy O'Reilly in the blue, you're now in third, needing a 1.58 to go to second. As we see Ruby Berry, our current heat leader, up and riding on her backhand. And a nice two-turn combo there from Ruby. First priority is with blue, second priority white. We'll wait on that score to lock in for the surfer in red. 15 minutes remaining. Last of red drops in at a 6.43. Ruby, that has gone into your top two and extended your lead. You're now in the lead with a 6.50 and a 6.43. Osha Curtis in the green. You're in second, chasing an 8.26 to go to first. Poppy O'Reilly in the blue, currently in third, needing a 1.58 to go to second. And Natalie Fenson in the white, currently in fourth, chasing a 2.41 to go to second. The top two surfers from this heat will progress on through to the final. As we see our current heat leader, Ruby Berry, up and riding on a nice looking left-hander. She tags that section and riding on out. 13 minutes remaining. And it looks like Natalie Fenson is going out the back of that one. So first priority is with blue. Second priority is with green. We are here at Merriweather Beach for day 2 of the Burton Pro Junior. This is the first event of the Australian and Oceania World Surf League Junior Series. So all these junior athletes are fighting for points and a good spot on the rankings. Last wave of white, a 0.40. As we see Osha Curtis up and riding again and just comes unstuck there. And Poppy O'Reilly utilising first priority on this one. It's a nice looking section and also just comes unstuck. With 12 minutes remaining, the pressure is on for the women's semi-final heat 2. Last wave of red drops in at a 5.90. That has not gone into your top two. Last of blue, a 1.07. .5 minutes remaining, and the situation does remain the same. Ruby Berry in the red is in first position. Osha Curtis in the green sitting in second, chasing an 8.26 to go to first. Poppy O'Reilly in the blue, you're in third, needing a 1.58 to go to second. And Natalie Fenson in the white sitting in fourth, chasing a 2.41 to go to second. There is just on 10 minutes remaining out in the water, and the situation does remain the same. Red first, green second, needing an 8.26 to go to first. Blue third, needing a 1.58 to go to second. And white fourth, chasing a 2.41 to go to second. As we see Osha Curtis in the green, up and riding on a small inside wave. And she'll ride on out of there, so we'll leave that up to the judges. 9.5 minutes remaining. As we saw Natalie Fenton up and riding, using first priority on that one. Eight and a half minutes on the clock, and last of white a 0.53. Last of green a 4.03. As we see Natalie Fenton up and riding under priority. And just coming unstuck there. As we see Poppy O'Reilly in the blue up and riding, and that wave just not offering much scoring potential there. First priority is now with Ruby Berry in the red, our current heat leader. Seven minutes remaining. As we see Natalie Fenton up and riding again. She's trying to stay busy out there. Last of blue, a 1.20. So current situation, Ruby Berry in the red is in first position with a 6.50 and at 6.43. Osha Curtis in the green, sitting in second with a 4.67 and a 4.03. Osha, you are chasing an 8.26 to go to first. Poppy O'Reilly in the blue, currently in third with a 4.00 and a 1.20. Poppy, you are chasing a 4.70 to go to second. And Natalie Fenton in the white, currently in fourth, chasing a 5.53 to go to second. As we see Poppy O'Reilly up and riding on her backhand. As we see Natalie Fenton up and riding on that one. That wave just not cooperating there. 5.5 minutes remaining. Coming up next, we'll see the men's semi-final, Heat 1, featuring Soren Smith in the red, Leo Matcher in the blue, Lucas Hickson in the white, and Macklin Flynn in the green. 5 minutes remaining. Last wave of white drops in at a 1.33. Not enough to move into second. The situation does remain the same. Four minutes remaining. The situation does remain the same. Red first, green second, chasing an 8.26 to go to first. Blue third, needing a 4.70 to go to second. And white fourth, chasing a 5.53 to go to second. 3.5 minutes remaining. Three minutes remaining. The situation does remain the same. So we've seen that wind pick up here. Conditions have shifted throughout the day. So you see the surfers on the northern end of the bank. But still lots of great waves on offer out there. Two minutes remaining. As we see Natalie Fenson taking a look at this one. And it just overcooks it there. 1.5 minutes remaining. First priority red. As we saw Poppy O'Reilly in the blue up and riding. Last wave of white at 0.43 and last of blue at 0.47. So the situation remains the same. Red first, green second, needing an 8.26 to go to first. Blue third, chasing a 4.70 to go to second. And white fourth, needing a 5.53 to go to second. 45 seconds. $30 seconds. $20 seconds remaining. $10 seconds on the clock. And attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The first event that we sponsored was here. It was ugly. There was nobody around. I think it was Rebecca Woods won the event. I might be wrong, but I think it was Rebecca. And it was the ugliest, meanest, solidest surf that was out the front here that I was looking at it going, I wouldn't go out in that. And they just, I don't think there was much of a crowd, but these chicks went out there and mate, they just did a hard slog all of the time. Janine did the presentation and stuff to Rebecca, and I've still got some photos of that day. Hey, women surfing today,
unbelievable.
They surf better than most average guys out in the surf for sure.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Newcastle's beaches are more than a view, they're our lifestyle and our community.
The culture here and passionate people, and it's a beautiful town.
Everyone's so friendly and so welcoming.
Oh, it's the best city in the whole wide world. Surf City, it's a front fest.
I love Newcastle. At Carter GWM, supporting our hometown is what we do every day. Genuine service, expert advice, and a team that cares. Cardiff GWM is proudly local and proudly Cardiff.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
No waves ridden just yet. We do have 25-minute heats now to provide a little bit more time. As it looks like White having a quick look there. Opts not to go. Blue now on the forehand. Going straight into that southerly wind. Nice click out the lip. An airdrop into the flats there. That was Leo Matchett in the blue. Quite a class way to start the semi-final heat. Beautiful, beautiful landing on that second turn. Lots of control. So we'll see what the judges think of that one. So that first wave of blue dropped in at a 5.17, a 5.17 blue. As we see White now on the backhand, racing down the line, has a heap of speed. And just unfortunately couldn't time it with the closing section there. So we're just coming on 20 minutes remaining. Just a 0.83 for White. It's a 0.83 White. Next in the water will be semi-final, Heat 2. In the red, we'll have Mitchell Peterson. In the blue, we'll have Darcy Dwyer. In the white, we'll have Will Martin. In the green, we will have Eden Hassan. So a stacked semi there as well. Conditions have gotten quite tricky, but I'm sure there'll be plenty more action as the event continues to the pointy end. So it looks like with just under 18 minutes remaining, situation still remains the same as blue out in front with a 5.17. White in second with a small score of a 0.83. Looks like we have a little bit of interest in this set rolling through here by green and red. Green getting 2 tags, red opting out the off end of that one. Only need some small scores to get back up into an advancing position from both surfers. As we see blue now using his priority over white. Nice quick tag through the lip. Throwing some water on the inside. Snaps it back to the pocket. And one more for good measure on the end there. So that was good surfing from blue. Does already have the good first score of a 5.17. We'll see where that one matches up. Priority has shifted to white. As we see now, white wasting no time. Nice tag through the lip. Throws the fins and unfortunately goes down. Poppy O'Reilly, if you can come up and see the beach marshal, please. That is Poppy O'Reilly. Another one of our supporting partners today is the Mutual Bank. They do a lot for surfing in Newcastle. Support the bank that supports the sport we love, the Mutual Bank. Looks like we have some scores that have dropped in. A 4.43 was Blue's last. That does extend his lead. Green, your first was a 3.67. And the second of white, just a 1.07. So the situation is blue out in front with a 5.17 and 4.43. Green in second with a 3.67, chasing a 5.93 for the lead. White third with a 1.07 and a 0.83, chasing a 2.61. And red in fourth, just with the one score of a 0.93, chasing a 2.75. for an advancing position here today. Of course, this event today couldn't be made possible without the man, Kim Burton. He does such a good job for all of our young athletes and, of course, champion surfers around Newcastle. Such a generous man. He's done a lot for surfing in this community, supports many different types of sports around the Newcastle and the Hunter. Of course, it's 40 years of Surfest this year, so it's a big year. If you want to go check out our calendar, go onto the Surfest website. White up and riding. Throws the tail, unfortunately, just gets caught unstuck there. So Green up and riding down the beach there. Nice little hit over the foam. And just can't get around that section. The Southerly providing a lot of lump and bump on the face now. Red behind him with a nice, pretty clean green wall. Snaps it nicely and gets out of that one. So it was Soren Smith, just the one score of 0.93. He did well to manage his way through this one. A nice clean snap, tight in the pocket there for Red. Priority does shift back to blue. See White now having a look. Nice little snap in the pocket. Releases the fins. And just unfortunately goes over the handlebars in the wash there. Really like the second turn from White, releasing the fins there. It's unfortunate he couldn't finish it off. Conditions are getting more and more challenging. I don't think this southerly is going away anytime soon. But the boys are going to be doing a very good job. Okay, so last of White, that was a 4.23. That did take you into third. You are now chasing a 1.77. A 1.77 White to get up into an advancing position. The situation is still blue out in front and with priority. Second is Green, chasing a 5.93 for the top spot. White chasing the 1.77 for an advancing position, and Red chasing a 2.30. Red now having a look at that requirement. Scratches into this one. Quick jab off the lip there and gets out of there. So we're coming down on the 10-minute mark. Just about 10 minutes remaining. Okay, Blue, you are in the lead. You have a 5.17 and a 4.43. A 5.17 and a 4.43 blue. You are in the lead. Green, you are in second with a 3.67 and a 2.33, chasing a 5.93 for the top spot. So we have White having a look now. Wants to try and get rid of that requirement of a 1.77. And two nice stabs through the lip there, throwing a bit of water. Coming down on 8.5 minutes remaining. 8.5. Okay, last of White. You have gone into the lead. Your last wave came in at a 6.33. A 6.33 White. Blue, you are now in second. You are chasing a 5.07 to get back to the lead. Green, you are in third. You are chasing a 5.93 to get up into an advancing position. Red, you are in fourth and chasing a 5.90 to get up into an advancing position. Looks like we had a wave surf from Green down the beach there. Is chasing a score at the moment as we come down on the 7-minute mark. He did get one nice big belt out of that one. As we see Blue now up in front. And unfortunately catches a rail on the bottom there. He'll definitely be looking to get rid of his low score. Blue now up and riding. A nice little rev into the wind there. That's Southerly helping him out with the rotation. Red on the forehand, really trying to get around this one. And a nice little stab through the lip there. Unfortunately goes into deep water. It was a really nice clean reverse there from Blue. So we do have a few scores to be locked in by the judges panel. As we see Green now up and riding. Nice little slash. Wants to connect with this closeout and does so cleanly. That's good surfing there from Macklin Flynn in the green. He did well with time in this final section and just clicks it. Rides out clean, so in bumpy conditions like this, that's what the judges want to see. There's 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes. Come down to the pointy end of this heat here. I'm sure all these boys want a spot in their final. So we have a few scores to be locked in by the judges. I'll give you an update when they drop through. As we see White up and riding on the backhand. A nice little jam through the lip. Unfortunately, she's all she wrote for that one. Green going to the air. Tries to hang on and just unfortunately gets bumped off in the wash. If you've just joined us today, this is the KB Pro presented by Kim Burton. This event wouldn't be made possible without the man himself, Kim. He's done incredible stuff for surfing in Newcastle and the Hunter. It's also 40 years of Surfest this year. We have a big year ahead of us and a lot of great events. So if you want to find out more, check out the schedule on the Surfest website. Okay, so it looks like we have had a few scores drop through. So looks like the situation is, as we see now, White up and riding. Trying to keep that momentum, find a little space for himself on the inside. So White, you have gone into the lead. You have a 6.00 and a 4.23. Blue, you are in second with a 5.17 and a 4.43, chasing a 5.07. Green, you are in third. You have a 4.60 and a 3.90. You were chasing a 5.01 to get up into an advancing position here this afternoon. And red, holding priority, you have a 3.70 and a 2.90. You're chasing a 5.90 to get up into an advancing position. There is just over 2.5 minutes remaining. As we see now, red having a look. Just trying to find some green water. Unfortunately, just can't do so. So white, you are out in the lead. You have a 6.00 and a 4.23. There is 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. As we see now, white having a look. Goes for a big finner and unfortunately just gets unstuck there. It's coming down to the final mad minute now. There's 1 minute remaining. 1 minute, surfers. Priority is sitting with blue. Second priority, green. Third priority is red. Look like we had blue having a look down there. Through the tail of the flats, use priority. Priority has now shifted to green. So inside the last 10 seconds of this heat. And you get ready to count down in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
We got involved in some of the up and coming guys that we thought were going to be, good for the sport, but not the guys that were in the top tier. It was more, to some degree, some of the guys that basically didn't have the opportunity to somebody to back them.
Yeah.
And we looked at it and said, hey, let's do it. And then progressively, it just went along the lines of we saw up and coming guys that we thought this would be good. And then we thought, well, we have to then start to look at inclusive of women as well.
Yeah.
At any one given time, to people that we have out there or cars that we've got out, 20, 25 cars that are not in the dealership that people are using, that are advocates to our business.
This sunshine's great. Good day for a kick around.
Are you joking? I'm getting heat stroke and the kids look like beetroots.
Don't be silly. Good day for an iced latte. Good day to save water.
You really do love water, don't you?
Well, no water, no iced lattes. Imagine that. Okay.
It's a good day to water after 4. Every day is a good day to save water.
Years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGrand Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
So first a white just dropped in at a 0.67. There's a few small scores to open up the boys' accounts here this afternoon. Blue did get a nice start there with a nice little wrap through the tail. The waves are getting tricky here, but I'm sure all these athletes are going to be putting on a show for the rest of the afternoon. The finals will be something to watch, that's for sure. As we see Red now up and riding. Nice little stab through the lip. Has a nice little wave here. Throws the hands, throws the water. That's a good way to start this semi-final. Green now. Wanted to get it back up. Weaving his way. He's got a little wedge to hit here. And taps it nice and clean. So that was another good backup from the surfer in green, Eden Hassan. Red's waves was two nice time turns there. Blue is just quick up and out, so we're going to have a couple scores to drop. As we see White having a look. This looks like a pretty good wave. Nice little layback hammer in the corner. Has a wedge, floats over it. Tags it for one last good measure on the end. There's a well-surf wave there from White. Gave him two nice sections. That first one was a nice hammer. Gets a nice drift on that second turn. So we're going to have some scores to drop in from all surfers now. Nineteen and a half minutes remaining in this semi-final, Heat 2. We do have some scores to still drop in. Judges taking their time to make sure they get it right. Okay, Green, you do just have the one score at the moment of a 3.50. We are waiting on your remaining scores. I'll update the lineup when all scores drop in. So we have Green and Blue once again splitting the peak. Blue throwing the tail. Unfortunately coming unstuck, and Green completing. So, Green, you are in first at the moment with a 4.00 and a 3.50. White, you are in second with a 5.50 and a 0.67. You are chasing a 2.00 for the lead. Red, you are in third. You have the one score of a 4.90, a 4.90 red. You are chasing a 1.28. And blue, you are in fourth. You have a 2.67 and a 0.60. You are chasing a 3.51 to get up into an advancing position. As we see red now, having a look on his forehand. Goes up for one big smack and jumps over the back of that one. Blue now having a look. Just unfortunately he gets bumped off in the white water there. That was a nice, clean, smart surfing there from Red. Didn't have a backup just yet, but he did have the one score of a 4.90. Okay, so we have had a situation change. I'll update the lineup after I follow the man in green on the backhand here. He has a heap of speed. Okay, so the situation in the water, Red, you have gone to the lead with your last wave. It was a 3.10. Green, you are in second. I repeat, Green, you are in second. You require a 4.01 Green, a 4.01 to go back up into the top spot. White, holding priority. You are chasing a 2.00, a 2.00 White to go up into an advancing position. And Blue, you are in fourth, chasing a 4.83, a 4.83 Blue to get up into second place or better. There's just on 16 minutes remaining. Green now having a look. He wants to drop that 3.50. As we see a little set rolling through now. White has a bit of interest in it. Nice snap through the lip. He wants to get up there again. A nice clean finish. White rides out in front of the wash. Does have a small score of 0.67. It was a smart use of priority there by White. Nice quick 2 tags and rides out in front of the wash. Nice and clean. All of these boys look like they're hungry to be crowned the KB Pro Champion, presented by Kim Burton. Okay, so we have had a situation change. White, you have gone into the lead. Your last score dropped in at a 5.23, a 5.23 White. Red, you are in second, holding priority, and you are chasing a 5.83, a 5.83 Red. Green, you are now in third, and you require a 4.01 to get up into an advancing position, a 4.01. Blue, you are in fourth, chasing a 5.33, a 5.33 Blue. There's 13 and a half minutes remaining. So I have a couple surfers up and riding now. Blue with completion, White going for broke on the backhand. Blue looks like he was just trying to find some momentum in this heat with a quick clean two-turner. It's a quick slash and a float as we follow Red down the line now, gathering some speed. Wants to go for one big smack and unfortunately just loses the fins on that one. We have Green up behind them now. Unfortunately, that left just separates for him. Okay, so it looks like we have scores from all surfers to be dropped in. There's 12 minutes remaining. I'll update you on the situation when the judges finalise these scores. Of course, the next heat in the water will be the final of the girls, featuring Miller Coco Brown in the red, Ava Afiros in the blue, Ruby Berry in the white, and Osha Curtis in the green. That is going to be one final to watch. All those girls are extremely talented. As we see now, we have Green and White having a look. White throwing the tail, ditching the fins, and doing well to ride in front of the wash there. Definitely surfing with complete commitment. As we saw it, Green behind White, and then White absolutely ditched the fins to the flats. Did well to ride out in front of the wash. So wait and see what the judges think of that one. Okay, Blue, your last ride came in at a 4.70, a 4.70 Blue. You were chasing a 3.31, a 3.31 Blue. We do have some scores to drop from a few surfers. Green, You have a 4.00 and a 3.50. You are chasing a 4.01. You do have one score to be locked in by the judging panel. So we see Green now up and riding on the backhand. Quick whip out of the pocket. Surfing super fast. The man from Port Stevens doing a lot of hard work recently. And Red up and riding down the beach. It's a big closeout turn there for Red. So we do have a few more scores to be locked in. And I'll have to give you a situation update when the judges finalise those scores. We're coming down on 8 minutes remaining. There's 8 minutes left in this semi-final, Heat 2. So we do have some scores to be locked in from Red and Blue. Red was chasing a 4.14. Blue with priority was chasing a 4.34. Okay, so last of Green locked in at a 5.03, a 5.03 Green. You have gone back into second. You now require a 5.70 for the top spot. White, you are still in the lead with a 5.50 and a 5.23. Red, you are requiring a 4.14 to get up into an advancing position, and Blue, you are chasing a 4.34 to get up into an advancing position. As we see the heat leader now, just a quick up and out. Priority is with Blue. Second priority is with Blue. Second priority Red. Third priority Green. We have 6 minutes remaining. 6 minutes. Situation still is as White leading. Green in second, chasing a 5.70 for the lead. Red in third, chasing a 4.14. A 4.14 Red for an advancing position, and Blue requiring a 4.34 for second place or better into the final. 5.5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. There's 5 minutes left. Looks like green having a look. Just quick up and out. Staying super busy. So we see red up and riding, goes for the big layback hammer and rides out in front of the wash there. Does have a small score of 3.63. He's currently in third with just coming down on 4 minutes remaining. So we have 4 minutes remaining in this one, 4 minutes. Locked in for 5 hours. 3.5 minutes remaining. Situation still is white out in front with priority. Green in second. So we see red now trying to chase down that requirement. Red does have a score to drop. Currently in third. White now having to go. Use priority on this one. Heat leader. Ditching the spin. Just unfortunately gets unstuck there off the back of that one. So 3 minutes left. 3 minutes remaining. Seeing green up and riding now. Just unfortunately dives off that one. With 2.5 minutes remaining, we do have a lot of scores to be locked in. So see blue having a look down the beach. Connects well with the foam there. He likes it. So we have had a bit of a frenzy here this afternoon for the final heat of the semi-final, boys. All these guys wanting a spot in the final, no doubt. So we're going to have a fair few scores to be locked in by the judging panel with just under 2 minutes remaining. So we have had a situation change. Current situation is white, you are still out in the lead. Red, you are second, now chasing a 5.83 for the lead. Green, you have priority and you are in third, chasing a 4.50, a 4.50 green. We are waiting on one last score from blue to lock in. There's 1.5 minutes remaining. Blue, we are waiting on your last score to be locked in. So we're inside the final minute now. We have 45 seconds remaining, 45 seconds, surfers. We are still waiting on last of blues to be locked in. Current situation before blues gets locked in is white leads, red second, green third, and blue in fourth. Waiting for that final wave from blue to be locked in by the judges. As we see green now having a look. A nice little cut back to the pocket. We're inside the final 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Counting this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next heat, just hold your position. Good to go. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The first event that we sponsored was here. It was ugly. There was nobody around. I think it was Rebecca Woods won the event. I might be wrong, but I think it was Rebecca. And it was the ugliest, meanest, solidest surf that was out the front here that I was looking at it going, I wouldn't go out in that. And they just, I don't think there was much of a crowd, but these chicks went out there and mate, they just did a hard slog all of the time. Janine did the presentation and stuff to Rebecca, and I've still got some photos of that day. Hey, women surfing today,
unbelievable.
They surf
yeah.
better than most average guys out in the surf for sure.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Newcastle's beaches are more than a view, they're our lifestyle and our community.
Culture here and passionate people, and it's a beautiful town.
Everyone's so friendly and so welcoming.
Oh, it's the best city in the whole wide world. Surf City, it's a frog fest.
I love Newcastle. At Carter GWM, supporting our hometown is what we do every day. Genuine service, expert advice, and a team that cares. Cardiff GWM is proudly local and proudly Cardiff.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
Just the one turn there for Miller, but gets the fins out the back. So we'll wait on that score to lock in. Miller was the 2025 Let's Surf Lake Mac Pro Junior champion. And I'm sure she's hungry for this title, as all the girls out there would be. It's a lot of points on the line. First priority is now with white, second priority green, third priority blue. As we see Ava in the blue, up and riding on her backhand and just coming unstuck there. "26 minutes remaining in this women's final. First priority is with red, second priority green, third priority white. The situation is pending as we wait on scores to lock in. As we see Millet Coco Brown up and riding. It's the one turn again, but rides on out of there. We've seen conditions change throughout the day, but these young athletes have been able to adapt. We are here at Merriweather Beach for day 2 of the Burton Pro Junior, and it is the women's final out in the water. Last of blue locks in at a 0.87. Last of green a 1.07. Last of red a 4.60. Current situation, Millet Coco Brown in the red is out in first position with a 4.60 and a 4.07. Osha Curtis in the green currently in second with a 4.50 and a 1.07. Osha, you are chasing a 4.18 to go to first. Ava Oros in the blue, sitting in third, chasing a 4.90 to go to second. And Ruby Berry in the white, currently in fourth, chasing a 7.80 to go to second. 23.5 minutes remaining. As we see Miller in the red, just kicking out of that one, trying to stay nice and busy out there. First priority is with green, second priority white, third priority blue, as we see Osha Curtis in the green up and riding. Just getting a little hung up on that one. Last of green locks in at a 0.90. That has not gone into your top two. The situation does remain the same. Red first, green second, needing a 4.18 to go to first. Blue third, chasing a 4.90 to go to second. And white fourth, needing a 7.80 to go to second. 22 minutes on the clock. There is just on 20 minutes remaining out the water. And a big thank you again to Kim Burton, Destination New South Wales, the City of Newcastle, Cardiff for GWM, Hunter Water, the Mutual Bank, Sandbar Surf, and Evolution Advisors for making this event possible. It's been a huge 2 days of action here at Merriweather Beach for the Kim Burton Pro Junior. As we saw Ava in the blue up and riding on that one, just staying nice and busy out there. Ava came runner-up at the Australian Junior Surfing Titles late last year. And I'm sure she's hunting for the win. First priority is with white, second priority red, as we see Miller Brown up and riding. We've seen the swell build throughout the day, and it looks like this set catch the girls off guard. 19 minutes remaining. Coming up next with the men's final, featuring Lucas Hickson in the red, Leo Matchett in the blue, Will Martin in the white, and Darcy Dwyer in the green. So be sure to stick around for that one. If not, you can tune into the broadcast at surffest.com, where you can also check out the upcoming events schedule, celebrating 40 years of Surfest. We will be holding the presentation shortly after the men's final, just below the surf club. As we see Osher in the green, just up and riding on that one, the surfer from Lennox Head. First priority is with Ruby Berry in the white, as we see Ruby and Ava both up and riding. 17.5 minutes remaining, and we'll leave that one up to the judges, so the situation is pending from that exchange. As we see Ava in the blue just up and riding on that one. And she kicks on out of there. 16.5 minutes remaining. First priority is with green, second priority white. As we see both green and white up and riding, and it looks like Ruby Berry in the white getting the better of that exchange, the surfer from Western Australia. 15.5 minutes on the clock. We are just waiting on scores to lock in. Just under 15 minutes on the clock, and first priority is now with blue, second priority red. Last wave for the surfer in white locks in at a 2.37. Last of blue, a 3.83. Minutes remaining in this women's final of the Burton Pro Junior. The men's final is coming up next, so to be sure to stick around for that. And following that will be the presentation just beneath the surf club. Out in the water, it is Milo Coco Brown in the red in first position with a 6.67 and a 4.60. Ava in the blue currently in second, the 3.83 and a 3.77. Ava, you are chasing a 7.44 to go to first. Osha Curtis in the green currently in third with a 4.50 and a 3.07. Osha, you are chasing a 6.77 to go to first, as we see both red and blue up and riding synchronized there. So it is Ruby Berry in the white, currently in fourth, holding down first priority. We'll wait on scores to drop in from that exchange with 13 minutes remaining. As we see Ruby Berry using first priority on this one. Just the one turn there. Minutes remaining. First priority is with green as we wait on scores to lock in for the surfers in red and white. Eleven and a half minutes on the clock. So we see a solid set. Just breaking right in front of the girls. So we've seen the swell building throughout the day. And the junior athletes have done well to adapt to the conditions. It's been a huge 2 days of action here at the Burton Pro Junior. Out in the water is the women's final. Following this will be the men's final, the last heat of the day. Last wave of white dropped in at a 2.97. And last of blue, a 4.03. Current situation, Miller Coco Brown in the red, you are still in first position. Ava in the blue, you're in second, chasing a 7.61 to go to first. Osha Curtis in the green, you're currently in third, now chasing a 7.14 to go to second. And Ruby Berry in the white, you're in fourth, needing an 8.67 to go to second. Ten minutes remaining. Coming up next will be the men's final, featuring Lucas Hickson in the red, Leo Matchett in the blue, Will Martin in the white, and Darcy Dwyer in the green. There is just on 9 minutes remaining out in the water, and the situation does remain the same. This weekend's KB Pro Junior is made possible through the extraordinary generosity of Kim Burton. Kim has been supporting surfing in the Newcastle and Hunter region for decades and is committed to fostering the next generation of world champions. First priority is with green, second priority red, and third priority white. Eight minutes remaining. As we see Osha Curtis in the green, getting the fins nice and loose and works hard to try stay with it. We'll leave that one up to the judges. Five and a half minutes on the clock in this women's final. It is Miller Coco Brown in the red out in the lead with a 6.67 and a 4.97. Ava in the blue currently in second, chasing a 7.61 to go to first. Osha in the green currently in third, needing a 7.14 to go to second. And Ruby in the white currently in fourth, chasing an 8.67 to go to first. Five minutes remaining. 4.5 minutes on the clock as we see the men's finalists make their way out into the water. This will be the last heat of the event, and be sure to stick around for the presentation that will commence shortly after the men's final, where we'll crown our champions. As we saw Osha Curtis in the green up and riding, that wave just not offering much scoring potential there. 4 minutes on the clock. As we see our current heat leader, Miller, Coco Brown, up and riding. Just the one turn there for Miller. And Ava in the blue up and riding behind her. And that section just closing out on her, unfortunately. So it is Ruby Berry at the back with first priority. Three minutes remaining. We are just waiting on scores to lock in from that last exchange. Situation is pending. Two and a half minutes on the clock. First priority is with white, second priority blue, third priority green. As we see both surfers in white and blue up and riding. Two minutes remaining. We are just waiting on scores to lock in. Last wave of red drops in at a 6.00. Last of blue, a 0.87. And last of green, a 2.27. Current situation, it is Miller Coco Brown in the red in first position with a 6.67 and a 6.00. Ava in the blue currently in second, chasing an 8.64 to go to first. Osha in the green, you are in third, needing an 8.17 to go to first. And Ruby in the white, currently in fourth, chasing a 9.70 to go to first, with 50 seconds remaining. First priority is with blue. Thirty seconds. $15 seconds. The situation does remain the same. 10 seconds. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to pass you over to Josh now to take you through this men's final.
So it looks like red got up and started quickly in this final with a 2.83. We do have a score to drop for white. Okay, so this is the final of the Kim Burton Pro. It's all come down to this. There's been some incredible surfing already been done. I'm sure all these boys in this final are extremely hungry to take home that victory. The previous results of the female final was Miller Coco Brown taking out the win. In second was Ava Arias. In third was Osha Curtis. And in fourth was Ruby Berry. Incredible surfing girls. And congratulations to Miller for taking out the Kim Burton Pro 2026. So the current situation in the water is white. You are out in the front with a 3.50, a 3.50 white. In second is red with a 2.83 and a 0.60, chasing a 0.68. White, you are out in front. You have a 3.50, a 3.50 white. In third is blue, just with the one score of a 0.77, chasing a 2.74 for the lead. And in fourth is green, just chasing a 2.84 for the lead. Okay, as we see now, we have a bit of interest between green and red. Red throwing the tail, green opting out of that one. Now we have blue and white. We have blue on the back end. Hits it sharp, and white just gets one quick hit in there as well. So all surfers looking pretty hungry to get their lead early on in this final. So we do have a couple scores to be dropping in from all surfers now. Priority is with green, second priority red. Third priority is blue. As we see blue now up and riding on the forehand. Wants to find the ramp. A beautiful clean air reverse. Rides out in front of the wash. So I'll leave that one up to the judges. Blue was sitting in third, just with the small score of a 0.77. Green now having a look. He wants a part of the action himself, and just unfortunately the wave does not cooperate. So we do may potentially have a decent score come in for blue. Priority now switches to red. Priority 2 is white. Okay, so the situation in the water is white out in front with a 3.50 and a 2.77. In second is blue with a 3.63 and a 0.77. You do have a score to be dropped. You are requiring a 2.64. And there it is, blue. You got blue. Your last was a 6.33. A 6.33 blue. That does take you into the lead. In second now is white. You now require a 6.46 for the number one position. Red, you are in third. Red, you require a 7.13 for first, and green, you require a 9.19 for the top spot. As we see white and green having a look now. A huge layback hammer there from green and white. And the green cuts off the end of that one, so he did only have a pair of two small scores. It'll definitely help with that requirement of a 9.19. Okay, priority is with blue, second priority red. Okay, blue, you are in the lead. You have a 6.33, a 6.33, and a 3.63 blue. You are in the lead. You also have priority. We do have a score to drop in from white and green. Okay, so the official update is blue out in front. In second is white, chasing a 6.46 now for first. A 6.46 white is what you require. Green is in third, chasing a 5.24. And red in fourth. Trying to build some momentum in this final. He was chasing a 7.13 before that layback there. As we see green now up and riding, racing down the line with a big section on his hands, and unfortunately just kicks it too far out into the flats there. Blue now having a look, wants to keep that lead. Unfortunately, the wave just does not cooperate with him there. I dare say he definitely wants to get rid of that 3.63 before the end of this final. So we see white now currently in second, having a look. Unfortunately, that southerly chop just getting the better of him. So we have had a situation change. Red, you have gone into second. Your last was a 5.50, 5.50 red. Situation in the water is blue leads, red second, chasing a 4.47 for the number one position. White, you are in third. You were chasing a 6.46 white, a 6.46 for the number one position. And green, you are in fourth, chasing a 5.24. A 5.24 green will land you in the number one position. First priority is with blue, second priority green, third priority white. Okay, so we have under 20 minutes remaining in this final now. It's getting down to the pointy end of competition. I'm sure all of these boys want to be crowned the Kim Burton Pro Champion 2026. We do have scores to be dropped in from blue, white and green. As we see green now, want to have a crack at that requirement. Goes for the club sandwich, unfortunately just misses a grab there. Priority does shift to red, second priority blue. So just under 19 minutes remaining. Situation still remains as blue out in front, red second. Chasing a 4.47 red for the top spot. White, you are in third, chasing a 6.46 for number one. And green, you are in fourth, chasing a 5.24. As we see it, blue now, the heat leader, up and riding on his forehand. Just wants to get some work done here, wants to get rid of that 3.63 to extend his lead. Red now having a look. He wants to have a go of his requirement now. He's been doing some good surfing all event. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck at that one. It's a huge turn there by Red. Looks like he just caught the nose at the bottom of that one, so there was 18 minutes remaining. 18 minutes. So we see white and blue having a look now. White needing a score, blue trying to extend his lead. White rides out in front of that one. Blue kicks off the back of him. So we see green having a look now. Just kicks off the back of that one. So there's 17 minutes remaining. We do have some scores to be locked in by the judges. Green up and riding. Goes for the two-turner. And the presentation will be held just down near where the Cardiff GWM cars are parked. Stick around, folks. There's more action to come for the rest of this heat and see who will be crowned the 2026 Kim Burton Pro Champion. So with 16 minutes remaining, situation is blue out in front. Red in second, holding priority, still chasing that 4.47 for the top spot. White, you are in third. You're still chasing a 5.97 white. A 5.97 will earn you the lead. And green, you are in fourth, chasing a 5.24 for the number one position. There's just over 15 and a half minutes remaining. First priority is with red, second priority blue, third priority green. As you see green now having a look. Nice little slash and gets a little complete there. He's just trying to create some opportunity for himself out there as we head down to the 15-minute mark, which is the halfway for this final. Blue up and riding now. There's a heap of speed down the line. Nice little tag through the lip. Does well to manage with that wind. Cuts it back and wants to get a little completion off the whitewater. Unfortunately, he just gets hung up. Priority does switch to red in first priority, second priority white, third priority green. Yeah. So we have it green and white having a look. Green got the better of it. And just unfortunately goes off the back of that one. All surfers looking hungry and staying busy out there. Tricky conditions this afternoon with the southerly that rolled through. But there's still some plenty of good scores to be had. So we see White now having a look. He's found some green wall down the beach and didn't like the look of that one, so opt out. Situation still remains the same as blue first, red second, white third, green fourth. We're just coming down on 13 minutes remaining in this final. Green now having a look. Goes for a big hit out on his backhand. Rides out cleanly and very convincingly. Does have a small score of a 3.03. Red now having a look. Wants to do some damage. Clicks it twice. Super clean for the completion. With 12.5 minutes on the clock. I'd say that could shake things up. And the presentation will be held just left of the building if you are facing the beach on the grass where the cars are parked. Red with a beautiful two-turn combo there. Clicks it for the completion. That's what he wanted to do all heat. So we see blue now having a look. Goes in for the little shampoo. Just cuts through the bottom of that one. So we have 12 minutes remaining. A few scores to drop in. Okay, last of red dropped in at a 4.27. A 4.27 red. That was not enough. He was still chasing the 4.67. A 4.67 red will earn you the lead. We are waiting on last of blue and green now. Green dropped in at 2.97. That does not go into your top two. You're still chasing the 5.44. 5.44 green will earn you the lead. So the situation in the water still is blue leads, red second. Chasing a 4.67. White, you are in third, chasing a 6.17. Green fourth, chasing a 5.44. We are just under 11 minutes remaining in this final. Priority is with red, second priority green, third priority white. Red up and riding now. Kicks the tails to the beach. Spins around. Definitely wants to get rid of that low score and try and punch up to that requirement. We do have 10 minutes remaining and a score to drop from red. He's proven to be a very consistent surfer. Lucas Hickson. All event he's been surfing super well. No doubt he's hungry to get up into that number one position. Okay, last of red does not go into your top two. We have white down the beach now with a quick jam out of the lip. And does well to stay over that turbulent white water on his backhand there. He was chasing a 6.17. Red, you are still chasing that 4.67 to get up into first position. Blue still leads. Eight and a half minutes on the clock. Looks like we have Red having a look on his forehand now. He's got a big green wall. Nice slash through the lip. Tags it again for the finish and rides out in front of the white water. So that was pretty exciting surfing there from Red. Lucas Hickson is needing a score. With 8 minutes on the clock. I'll update you when the judges finalise that one. You see Blue now with a nice reverse, and he rides free. So this final is starting to really heat up now. Everyone's going for broke, doing some pretty incredible surfing. We do have 7.5 minutes remaining and some scores to drop from Blue and Red. As you see Green with a big tail throw on his forehand. White is now sitting out all alone with sets on the way. Okay, so White, you currently are in third. You are in third, White. You are chasing a 7.47, a 7.47 for the lead. Red, you have gone into first from that last wave. It was a 5.97 Red, a 5.97. We do have a score to drop from Blue. I'll update you on the situation in the water when Blue's score drops through. 6.5 on the clock. Okay, so last of Blue was a 4.10, 4.10. So the situation in the water, Red, you lead with a 5.97 and a 5.50. Blue is second with a 6.33 and a 4.10, chasing a 5.14 for the lead. White, you are in third. You are chasing a 7.47 for the lead. And Green, you are in fourth, chasing a 6.74 for the number one position. There is 5.5 minutes remaining. So we see White now needing a score on his backhand. A nice whip through the lip, and unfortunately that southerly wind proving again to be quite difficult. Red now up and riding, has a section. Unfortunately just doesn't cooperate with him. So we have hit the 5-minute mark. Surfers, there is 5 minutes remaining in this final. Okay, green, you are currently in 4th position. You have a 4.73 and a 3.03. You are chasing a 6.74 for the lead, a 6.74 green. You currently have first priority. Really getting down to the pointy end of competition now. There's 4 minutes remaining, 4 minutes left in this final. All these boys have been surfing super well all event. It's come down to this and they're all not stopping yet. Red, the heat leader, just quick up and out there. Has done well to fight into the number 1 position this final. But all these boys are no doubt capable of their requirements. There's 3 minutes remaining, 3 minutes left. Situation still is red leads, blue second, chasing a 5.14. White in third, chasing a 7.47, and green in fourth with priority, chasing a 6.74. There's 2.5 minutes remaining. So we see now White having a look. He's got a section here, belted shut. Very committing section there for White. Does have a low score of a 3.93, but a requirement of a 7.47. With just under 2 minutes remaining. It's a very committed turn there from White. Airdrop finish. It looks like he liked the feel of that one. So with 1.5 minutes remaining, situation still is as red out in front. Blue is second, chasing a 5.14. White, you do have a score to drop, but at the moment you are chasing a 7.47. Green, you are chasing a 6.74 as we see the heat leader now up and riding with a nice big layback jam. And convincingly rides out in front of the Whitewater there. So we're inside the final minute of this final. Who will be crowned the KB Pro Champion 2026? Last of a White dropped in at a 4.40. You are still in third and still chasing now a 7.07 White for the lead. Just on 30 seconds remaining, 30 seconds left in this final. "20 seconds. Will anyone get one last wave in on the 10-second mark? Attention to countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so official results of that final was in the fourth, green, Darcy Dwyer. In third, Will Martin in the white. In second, Leo Matchett in the blue. And taking that one out was Lucas Hickson in the red.
The first event that we sponsored was here. It was ugly. There was nobody around. I think it was Rebecca Woods won the event. I might be wrong, but I think it was Rebecca. And it was the ugliest, meanest, solidest surf that was out the front here that I was looking at it going, I wouldn't go out in that. And they just, I don't think there was much of a crowd, but these chicks went out there and mate, they just did a hard slog all of the time. Janine did the presentation and stuff to Rebecca, and I've still got some photos of that day. Hey, women surfing today,
unbelievable.
They surf better than most average guys out in the surf for sure.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Newcastle's beaches are more than a view, they're our lifestyle and our community.
The culture here and passionate people, and it's a beautiful town.
Everyone's so friendly and so welcoming.
Oh, it's the best city in the whole wide world. It's Surf City. It's a frog fest.
I love Newcastle. At Carter GWM, supporting our hometown is what we do every day. Genuine service, expert advice, and a team that cares. Cardiff GWM is proudly local and proudly Cardiff.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
My earliest ones was basically, used to watch it on TV. There's no surfing on TV. We used to go around to a mate's place at Windy Whopper, and as long as the wind was blowing northeast, we could get Channel 10 And of a Saturday afternoon, they had like a half hour of a surfing contest somewhere. And that was all that was ever on TV. And this is like probably late 70s, early 80s. And then, yeah, that's basically, I'd always watch it. The finals were always televised. All right. So being at Hawks Nest all of the time, I wouldn't come down to here like the crowds that didn't like surfing in Newcastle. But basically, yeah, it was just, it was a surfing event you could watch on TV.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
This is your heart to break. This is your soul to take. This is your move to make. I'm yours, love. Yours, love. Yours, love.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
We got involved in some of the up and coming guys that we thought were going to be, good for the sport, but not the guys that were in the top tier. It was more, to some degree, some of the guys that basically didn't have the opportunity to somebody to back them.
Yeah.
And we looked at it and said, hey, let's do it. And then progressively, it just went along the lines of, we saw up and coming guys that we thought this would be good. And then we thought, well, we have to then start to look at inclusive of women as well.
Yeah.
At any one given time, to people that we have out there or cars that we've got out, 20, 25 cars that are not in the dealership that people are using, that are advocates to our business.
This sunshine's great. Good day for a kick around.
Are you joking? I'm getting heat stroke and the kids look like beetroots.
Don't be silly. Good day for a nice latte. Good day to save water.
You really do love water, don't you?
Well, no water, no iced lattes. Imagine that. Okay.
It's a good day to water after 4. Every day is a good day to save water.
Years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
Welcome everyone to the presentation, and for those of you watching at home, we'd just like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land we're on and waters, the Awabakal people, and pay respect to the elders past, present and future. We'd also like to acknowledge the sponsors and key stakeholders of the event: Burton, Destination New South Wales, City of Newcastle, Cardiff GWM, Hunter Water, the Mutual Bank, Sandbar Surf, Evolution Advisors, Warren Smith and the Surfest crew, Merriweather Surfboard Club, and I'd also like to invite Charlotte McCabe to just say a few words.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real privilege to be here today and to celebrate this remarkable milestone of Surfest's 40th year. And on behalf of the City of Newcastle, I want to express just how proud we are to continue our long-standing support for this iconic event. As a foundation partner, the City of Newcastle has stood alongside Surfest from the very beginning. And over the decades, we've seen it grow from humble beginnings to a world-renowned festival that draws competitors and spectators from across the globe. Last year was particularly special as we helped to bring Surfest back to the world stage as part of the WSL Challenger Series, which was a testament to the event's enduring reputation and importance. And events like the Burton Pro are more than just sporting competitions. They're a vital part of our city's vibrancy and identity. They bring people together, inspire future generations, and play a critical role in attracting new visitors to Newcastle. Importantly, they offer a unique opportunity to showcase our picture-perfect coastline to an international audience, putting Newcastle firmly on the map as a premier destination for both sport and lifestyle. So I'd like to acknowledge the organisers, the volunteers, the athletes, the supporters who make Surfest possible year after year. Your dedication and passion are what keep the event surviving and thriving every year. And congratulations to everyone who's involved in this 40-year milestone. The City of Newcastle is honoured to be part of the journey, and we look forward to many more years of partnership, achievement and inspiration throughout Surfest. Congratulations to all the participants and the award winners today. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks Charlotte. I'd just like to invite all the women's finalists to the stage. Please come up. Charlotte's going to present the trophies. So starting with 4th place, we had Ruby Berry. So you just want to head over to Charlotte. Congratulations. In 3rd place, we had Osha Curtis. In 2nd place, Ava Origros. And in 1st place, Miller Coco Brown. Congratulations, girls. We'll just grab a photo. Charlotte, if you want to jump in it. Awesome. Congratulations, girls. We'd like to invite all the men's finalists up to the stage. And Deb Stretton will present the trophies. So in 4th place, we had Darcy Dwyer. Congratulations. Just head over to Deb. In 3rd place, Will Martin. In 2nd place, Leo Matchett. And in 1st place, Lucas Hickson. Congratulations, boys. Just grab a photo. So Miller, do you want to jump back up? Give me another photo. Sorry guys, just stay there a second. We're just going to ask, is there anyone you'd like to thank or give a shout out to after the win?
Yeah, just thanks Kim Burton for putting on such a good event, and the girls for a fun final. The waves were pretty tricky, and yeah, my dad for putting up with me in there. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the boys for letting me stay on the couch. Didn't really have anything sorted out, so thanks them. Waves were pretty tricky for the finals. Sure, it was pretty fun, but I don't know, I'm just happy to make a heat.
Awesome. Congratulations to our winners. And we'd just like to thank our sponsors again. That is Kim Burton, Destination New South Wales, City of Newcastle, Cardiff GWM, Hunter Water, the Mutual Bank, Sandbar Surf, Evolution Advisors, Warren Smith and the Surfest crew, and the Merriweather Surf Club. So thank you everyone, and thanks for you watching at home. Congratulations guys.
Should be it.